Simon. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Hello, Divinity, and welcome to our first week of playoffs. We are in the quarterfinals. We are watching TPO Walking Wards versus Cerberus. I'm joined once again by Heat. Heat, how you doing tonight?
Wisdom, I'm doing amazing tonight. I am ready to see these games happening. We have a lot of familiar faces back on the Rift today. How's your weekend? How are you, Wisdom?
Can't complain. Got some good stuff going on. Did some shopping at Costco, and we had to worry about Christmas shopping now, unfortunately, because we're like about a month away at this point, and that's coming too fast. So always fun to have happen.
Yeah, I feel that. It definitely doesn't feel like it's already Thanksgiving time right now. Don't skip over that, man. You got to get your food in you before you get those presents open. With that being said, TPO has obstacle in front of them as well with Sir, and Lieutenant Flowers is a huge playmaker for that team, and Barillo and very talented as well in that bot lane. But TPO, we're gonna have to see what they draft here for We Good and Pod Agreed. They were the anchors of their last series that we streamed and the week 1 series that we streamed as well. Seen a 4-4 record for TPO and a 4-2, or was it 3-3 and 4-2 for CER. So should be a pretty even series that we have going on tonight. So I'm excited to see who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, this is going to be the seed 2 from Group A versus the seed 3 from Group B. So very close quarters for both of these teams. Excited to see how they play tonight. Of course, we do have Indigo playing top lane, Ziggy in the jungle, Bixis in mid with Good and Pot of Greed in support for TPO. We have seen, like you said, we did have seen these guys before. They were streamed previously, and they did actually win the game. So let's hope that they can pull that back, do a second game time, and just go straight through it.
Yes, sir. Definitely. With that one being said, excited to see how these teams have prepared for the playoffs right now. I want to know if we seen everything that these teams have to offer, or if they have some goodies left for us in that draft. Some randomness going on. I mean, we did see a Swain and Alistar bot lane here, not from this team, but that was another weird combo. Hoping to see something like that come out of one or two of these games so far in this best of 5. You can see right now that a lot of the KDA is going on to this mid lane and bot lane here for the side of Cerberus, and gonna see if Lieutenant Flowers can again make that J4 happen, or if it's gonna be banned out. Ari, another good pickup, and Yone as well for Leo.
Absolutely. Definitely interesting to see the KDs moving around. I mean, very talented. Only staying with a 1.43. Highest mastery is Ari. It seems like they may be more of a mid player, but they are playing AD carry tonight, so hopefully they can put their carry pants on and get it going, get some Ashe, maybe some Caitlyn. Ashe definitely the most meta AD carry, I think, at this point in the patch. So it's either going to probably be picked or banned for every game tonight. So we'll see how that goes. And then, I mean, support, you can play pretty much anything there. Udyr being the most played champion for Barolo, so I mean, we could possibly see an Udyr support and just do some trolley stuff down there.
Yeah, so let's get that draft rolling and see what they pulled out for this game 1. As we see, the TPO is going to have that blue side first pick and first ban. And really, they're going to prioritize the jungle bans here with that Skarner. I like that. A very proactive jungler, a very quick and keep you on your toes, kind of a CC heavy jungler as well.
Yeah, and then Syndra coming out right back at him. So mid lane ban right there from against Bixis. So no Syndra playing tonight. Syndra, again, very strong champion. The items work really well with her. And then a Veigar ban coming back out. So mid lane bans coming out from both sides. Very strong champions that they were both taken out. Veigar, of course, infinite scaling. Doesn't really have to worry about too much. And he's just a little evil guy, so you have to watch out for him anyway.
We're going to see Flowers ban his own J4 out of here, so I'm guessing Ziggy has a lot of practice in that champion as well. I mean, J4 kind of feels like that Ashe idealistic, like you were talking about earlier, just great in every comp, solid jungler. I mean, the potential is amazing, but the skill level is pretty easy for everybody to pick up. So great ban as well with the Sylas and Seraphine. First pick over to Indigo on TPO.
Yeah, I mean, the Sylas Seraphine, of course, Seraphine can be played in pretty much any role, minus jungle. Swain being picked up. Swain, all these changes happened. The new skin did come out, so if you have enough Mythic Essence, just go ahead and buy it. It's a lot, but from what I've seen, it's worth it. But again, like, his E's changed. His ultimate's just all actives now, so very strong. There's the Ashe, of course, being picked up. Not surprising whatsoever. Ashe, again, like the most picked or banned champion during this patch, just because everything works so well for her. She works in pretty much any comp you want to play. And I mean, even if she's behind, the arrows are still going to hit you no matter what.
Yeah, Ash underrated on the range as well. So when you have a character like Swain that's going to throw E's out, throw the Q's out, the range is really going to help you out, especially with that W being spammable as well in that bot lane here. Amumu, another flex pick, could go in the bot lane or the jungle as well. And Olaf should be that top lane or jungle carry. So Swain, I'm hoping to see in that mid or bot lane here. I'm hoping to see a lot of damage come through and very, very healthy in the later parts of the game as well. Very hard to kill. Tom Kench, another just annoying champion who's always going to be in your face and always doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think the Swain Tom Kench will be a great bot lane pick just because you have so much catch-up potential, especially against an Ashe who doesn't have that movement. And then the Gwen being picked up. So it looks like they're probably thinking the Gwen for the Olaf. Doesn't really have to have slows when he gets to them, so it's not really going to matter for his ultimate. Amumu is going to be tough to keep him locked down, though, unfortunately for them. And then we get to the second starts of bans. We have the MF coming out immediately. MF is a great counter damage. She has so much damage she can just do with the double up. Will automatically destroy your health bar down to a quarter health, even from base 1. And then Morgana coming in from TPO.
Yeah, so I mean, both sides here trying to stop anything that's going to keep them from getting in their face right now. MF and Jinx being banned out, so they don't really see Swain as that 80 carry threat. But I mean, right now, all signs are pointing to that Swain Tom Kent's bot lane, which I hope we're going to see pretty soon here. Nico going to be the last ban here for TPO as well. And Gwen and Olaf, really the 50-50 up there. Depends on who's going to get their item first, who's going to get it back, and who is going to have a Mumu behind their back. So I would expect to see Mumu in that top lane a lot here, trying to stop that Olaf before he hits level 6. And the Senna Ashe bot lane for CER is going to be a very scale-heavy, very poke-heavy comp in that bot lane here, and very supportive for Mumu.
Absolutely. I mean, the Poppy coming out, that could again be jungle, could be top, could be a support, could be a Tom Kench top laner. You never know. Honestly, it could be Tom Kench top with Olaf jungle, which I don't think is too bad. Haven't seen a ton of Olaf recently. I mean, I'm sure he's good. The Smolder making this even more confusing at this point because he can go again top, could go mid, could go AD carry. Right now it's just the flex game for TPO side. They're banking on them not knowing where people are going, and they're just making it as tough as possible to counter it. And then a Yone coming in for that mid lane on the side of CER.
You know, I'm seeing a lot of solo carriers here in CER. The Yone, the Gwen, the Ashe, they all come together with that Senna healing and the Amumu lockdown. So hopefully they can try and pull that one off. But with this one, it's just how I expected it to be. Poppy top, Olaf jungle. I did not expect that. That was Poppy jungle for a second. But the Smolder mid I did see coming, and the Swain Tom Kench bot lane. The thing that is going to be an issue for TPO with this bot lane kind of cheesiness, though, with the Swain Tom Kench, you're going to have to get pretty close to Senna and Ashe, and they can poke you down and they can kind of catch you off guard in those early levels. But Swain should be able to make things happen with that level 6, especially with the Tom Kench R to save them from any damage going on from that one. So expect a lot of plays to happen in this bot lane, a lot of pressure going down. Smolder should be able to get away scot-free unless Mumu is going to be attacking with that Yone ulti. So we're going to see how this one plays out. A lot of scaling on both sides, and I'm not sure how really it's going to go down to it, but pro comps will definitely let us know in a couple of minutes here.
For sure. I mean, the Poppy top is definitely interesting to see. I was expecting it to be, honestly, jungle support. And I mean, I was expecting Olaf to just go top lane and just get his farm on. But I mean, jungle Olaf's not bad. He has really good ganks, especially into most of these lanes. The Poppy, especially into the Gwen. Because you're going to be able to just lock down that Gwen as hard as possible with the Poppy. Get her pushed into a wall, and then Olaf's going to come in with his axes and just not care. And he's just going to take you out as fast as possible with his reckless attack. Honestly, I think the Swain Tom is going to be a very interesting thing to see because Senna's going to have that infinite scaling for her range. So it's going to make it a lot tougher to keep her locked down. Looks like we do have the game starting soon. Ashe, the last person to get her items.
Yeah, so as we load in right now, I am going to take a second to talk about another one of our partners here. We do have Drake Virus is here to be your new home for sneakers. We have shoes for all tastes, casual, runners, cleats, basketball, Jordans, lifestyle, workout, you name it. Weekly updates on the eBay store and Instagram. Sneaker hunting has never been so easy as it is with Drake Virus. This is the only place you can let us do the searching for you at no cost. You can request a shoe or model. We will find you the best deal within 3 days. We delivered in Central Florida up to 40 miles from Flamingo Crossings and Winter Garden. For our full listing, please visit our eBay store, Drake Virus, our website, www.drakefires.com, and follow us on Instagram at DrakeFires for all your shoe needs. And also, ProComps is our another sponsor as well. They will let you know live data on your matchups and everything that's going on. Go visit ProComps and get that add-on for your client as well. And they'll definitely let you know in your team comps who should be winning here. And with this one, I would believe that TPO should have the upper hand on this just based on draft itself.
Yeah, and I mean, Olaf starting with no pot, so he's gonna have no additional health coming in. But it's gonna give him that additional gold and allow him to at least get like an item a little bit quicker. So I mean, getting a longsword a little faster at 300 gold instead of 350 is always good. And I expect a lot of this to just be a much more farm heavy game. You want the scaling on both sides, especially with the Swain Tom. The Poppy's not going to be too worried about it. She's going to just build tank pretty easily. And then Bixis in that mid lane with the Smolder, he wants to get those stacks. So he's definitely going to be looking at that long con, going as much as he can to get that farm and getting those stacks to get him that additional power spikes.
Yeah, just based off of matchups alone, if I'm a Mumu, I am disregarding bot lane, and I'm gonna just keep going top bot or top mid, top mid, top mid, stopping that Smolder. Yone E Q with the level 6 should one-shot them with the QR combo from the Mumu as well. Especially with that Gwen too, if you can get that solo push advantage here with that Gwen, it can be a huge problem for TPO to deal with, and it's going to stop them from having that team fight potential.
Absolutely. I mean, Poppy from Indigo getting a lot of damage out on the ultimize on that Gwen, and I mean, Poppy's just super strong right now in general, especially in the meta. Olaf actually getting close to getting down in the jungle, but thankfully his passive is going to help him keep it up. Gets more attack speed the lower he goes, so he's going to be able to do a little bit. All right. And then bot lane coming in. I mean, Swain Tom is going to be interesting. Swain, his E is a lot different now. It's a lot faster going out, and then it only does damage coming back in. If he can grab both Senna and Ashto at the same time, it's going to get him a good way to have Tom's knockup happen, and just a good go-in button for them to both just try and do as much damage as possible.
Yeah, that E will catch you off guard. You feel like you're out of the range of it, but there's a split animation or pixel that can still catch you in that very end, so you got to be very, very careful. And even when you think you're safe, you got to take another step back just to make sure that you know you're out of the range here. I mean, it's just as much as Ash's auto as well, so definitely have to be very wary of what's going on up there. You can see both junglers on the same end of the map. They're right now in that top quadrant. Mumu is going to hit that back, though, as they know that Poppy and Olaf are going to be able to do anything with Gwen underneath that tower there. I would see a Mumu go for a scuttle play here in the bot lane. Maybe set up for a early grub takeaway, but so early in the game right now, in a game that's going to be decided within the next, I mean, it's going to probably be a 30-40 minute game if I had to guess correctly.
Absolutely. I mean, Amelia getting an early back, getting those boots, getting that amplifying tome. So Lieutenant Flower is preparing himself to do some additional damage early. That's, I think, the first back that we've seen so far. And Yone from Gabriel going in, but does get hit by Ziggy with the Olaf, getting taken down under a quarter health. There's a Mumu. Lieutenant Flowers coming in with the Vantage Toss, gets the Olaf, but doesn't get anything out of it. Walks away. No summoners used yet, but I mean, that is just going to be what we're talking about, having that mid lane happen. And Ultima is going in onto Indigo, and Barolo also getting taken down very low. Both sides of the map having just continued fights. Lieutenant Flowers still sitting in that mid lane, just kind of soaking up experience from Gabriel Leo, though.
You can tell very, very proactive teams on both ends here. TPO, knowing that Lieutenant Flowers is in that mid lane, dueling out with both junglers, that Botley was able to get a free engage, and here we go again.
Yeah, trying to go in with the Tom Kench, does flash in onto Barolo, does get the stun down almost, and he does take first blood with the Olaf slow from Ziggy. Very well done. Ziggy just had a really good gank there. Didn't have to put too much effort in, and it just kind of just like watched one flash happen. We did get the Senna and flash out as well, so that's going to be flash for flash. Ignite down for Pot of Greed, but it's worth it in the end because the Senna goes down. And Tom taking the kill isn't the worst thing possible because that's going to be a tanky Kench. You're going to have to go through his health bar and then the gray health bar he also has.
Keep your eyes on Pot of Greed. Pot of Greed is a player that will get bored if nothing happens in the next 2 to 3 minutes. And putting him in a champion like Tom Kench, where he can get in and get out scot-free no matter what happens, and just gray health walk away. Watch for him to make a lot of plays here in this Tom Kench, especially with a tanky team like they have right now going on. Smolder will be that missing link that they have later on in the game, but CER not taking the warning shots here from that Tom Kench first blood and going to start this dragon in the bot lane, as we do see Olaf going right back to the Raptors. And this should be a pretty easy, pretty free dragon for them, and it'll set the tempo, knowing that they can get back in this game and not let a first blood take them back.
Absolutely. We do actually have the teleport coming in from Bixis on that Smolder, so he's going to get that rest of that wave. And Yone from Gabriel is going to go back as well. We may end up seeing a teleport as well, or we may just try and walk back in. That is going to be the first dragon down. Void Grubs are up, and we do actually see Pot of Greed top lane now with a Tom Kench going in there with Indigo, going on Ultimate. So Ultimate does have the ultimate on Gwen, so it does end up getting a lightning damage taken down onto Indigo. Indigo having to flash away, barely living, but Pot of Greed just staying on that Gwen. And level 4 versus level 6, but Tahm Kench is just so, oh my gosh, so close to being dead. If he had that ignite, it would have been done. But honestly, very well done. That's going to give them the grubs advantage. Even though we do see Barolo also appear, so it is Swain versus Ashe in that bot lane. And I mean, Ashe is going to be able to get that pushed in. She is pushing that wave in very well. We're very talented. And actually, there is a good chance that Lieutenant Flowers does go in. Indigo is very low, but looks like they're just going to walk away, try and keep it on it. Swain from We Go Good does pull the Ashe in, almost gets around her half health. And Vix is actually walking over. They do get the Void Grubs, but they are trying to get the stun. Does happen onto Ziggy, but nothing else going to come of it. They do actually have the Smolder on the flank. And there comes Mom coming in very quickly, but nothing going to happen from it. And that is going to be grubs over to TPO with Cerberus taking out that dragon.
I was ready for a Smolder gray screen right there. Walking to 3 people with just Ma coming out, I thought that was going to be a very, very bad situation for Vixis, but they got away with it. I mean, 2 flashes right there. Mumu and Yone could have easily taken them down, but great job there by TPO to get that grubs and continue their success going on so far. I mean, 600 gold is nothing to disregard this early in the game. I'm looking to see when the Yone Mumu combo gets online here. You can see Leo getting a couple easy shots there on the Vixis, who is farming pretty well here. 61 CS here at almost 8 minutes. Everything around the board's pretty even here CS wise. Poppy falling behind just a little bit there, but that's because of the level 6 double team play up there against the Gwen. And right now, this is when the map should start opening up and the plays should start happening here. Everybody's level 6. Everybody has cooldown. The summer's ready to go.
Yeah, Pottery going in early on to very talented. Does end up getting the stun out. Swain from We Go Good kills Pavilion. Does have the flash come out from Senna, but they flash into the team. We Go Good takes the kill, but Senna is available to try and take him down. Does get the stun down from... Actually, that's a cleanse coming out from We Go Good. He still has his flash up. So he does have a chance to actually make it up. He does end up going down to the Senna Ashe.
There's a big fight going on here in the bot lane.
Yeah, and Gwen is just walking back to lane.
I can see Yone kind of roam down there too. I mean, the camera wants to look at Ultimites sitting, getting sent back to their home though, where they should be. Poppy did use that ulti to send Ultimites 10 feet in the air right there to slam dunk themselves back into their own grubs, but Krugs. But with that going on, I mean, yeah, I mean, 2 kills down on that bot lane there. Yone did get that roam down there, and I think Senna got a kill on top of that the replay. Go ahead with some. Yeah,
so we actually do see Pottery trying to go in onto them, and we're back up in top lane. Indigo. Absolutely. So this is the pull in. Wheel Good actually, honestly, I think kind of trolled that because he could have easily made it out of there, but ends up getting taken down instead. Still has his flash up. Senna does get taken down by Pottery though. But then Gabriel down there with the Yone does end up getting the cleanup. Pottery trying to keep it alive as long as possible. Doesn't have the option to get his gray health up. And that is a kill over as well. So that's, I mean, it's an even game still, 3-3, 13.5, 13.4K. I think this is probably the closest game we've had at this point.
That is
happening consistently.
There's a big shutdown onto Leo, though. I mean, Yone with any type of shutdown is going to be a very, very rough time for Vixis, and a great roam by them to get that shutdown on the Tahm Kench. Yeah, I think you're right, though. Yeah, I think We Good could have definitely walked out and said, "Ooh, we're pretty good right now." But with that being said, they are still the powerhouse in that bot lane, making that Swain Tahm Kench look easy. I mean, that combo is something I definitely want to play out with one of my support friends as well. I mean, just the easy W, Q, and then E just lines it right up. Lieutenant Flowers here to get busy, though.
For sure, yeah. I mean, the move coming back down to bot lane, they are trying to keep that Swain shut down. Pottery does get hit by the advantage shots, but does end up getting missed by Barolo's W. They're actually to back out, getting that board down. And I mean, the Amumu did show bot lane, so I mean, they do have the option to try and get something played, made either mid or top. But honestly, Gwen just kind of getting some vision down, walking around. Wheel Good honestly just needs to play a little bit safer, I think. Walking into the Senna when he's like a quarter health and she's still half health, not the best option. Barolo played that really well, got the kill onto the Swain, but keeps missing the W's. But we actually do have Lieutenant Flowers going into mid lane, gets the Curse of Time Mummy down. Yone using the E, gets the ultimate down too. That is both ultimates being used. Vixis does end up getting taken down. Lieutenant Flowers very close to being down. Gabriel Leo good to go, but we actually do have bot lane coming up, Flash coming out, and that is going to be a safe Amumu and a kill heading over to the side of CER.
There it is. It finally came out, everybody. Ultimites is not ready to let these plays go down, though. Indigo getting completely beat up here by the Gwen. Free 1v1 top die up there. So with that being said, that Yone Amumu combo is going to be disgusting throughout the rest of the game right now, especially with Yone having a couple of kills under their belt and now a gold lead in that mid lane and a CS lead that's only going to get bigger. Olaf seemingly looking to farm it out though overhead of the Amumu plays, so we'll see if that can continue into a successful TPO mid game here. Right now, CR is looking like the better team so far at 10 minutes in, 11 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, they had better fights overall, and I feel like it's just an issue of TPO not really taking advantage of what they have. I mean, Vixis is playing Smolder. You have the advantage of being ranged into a melee with the Yone, and he's not really punishing that. Ziggy is actually in mid, but he ends up missing the first axe, and Gabriel can just walk away, has the third cube available if he needed it, but he did not. And then Lieutenant Flowers and Ultimate's just taking those grubs. So I mean, it's gonna be 3-3 for grubs. Neither team's gonna get advantage from that. We are gonna see the second dragon going over to TPO though, with Vixis walking over. But I mean, CR is just starting that lead so early and just making sure that they can have that ability of getting that late game set up faster.
Yeah, it's a little weird right now with the jungling pathing, because I mean they started out neck and neck in that top lane, and now they are kind of split around the map and wanting to split everything up, so they're not on the same side of the map. But they have been meeting in that mid lane a lot, though. Lieutenant Flowers having a lot better time right there with the Leo combo of the Yone in that mid lane against Smolder. Ziggy trying to find something out of nothing, though.
Yeah, and very talented, actually getting caught out by a lot, and he's going to go down, doesn't get to live. It does go over to Wheelgood on the Swain, and Burlo did try to ulti, but unfortunately did not work for them. And Tenfire is actually hovering this top lane with the Gwen into Indigo, and I mean, it could work out, but there is a lot of issues with just trying to like walk into a lane where you don't have any minions, and he's just kind of like hovering them there, trying to, I mean, I would have tried to get like a slow push in maybe, but just wants to clear him out, go back, get some items more than likely, and come back fighting.
I love when junglers attack weak sides here. The difference is that Poppy is always going to be Poppy no matter what. It might be an item or two, might be a little bit less tanky here in the later parts of the game, but that Ashe and Senna is going to be, it's not going to make as big of an impact as it does, as it would in the later part of the game with the CS and the item advantage here. So shutting down that bot lane compared to the Poppy for CER is looking a lot better on the side of TPO. I mean, Ziggy with that play of catching Ashe back to their lane as well.
And another 2v2 in the mid lane. We have Z and Lieutenant Flowers just meeting in that jungle. The bush going for that ping ward doesn't end up having to walk away from it. Lieutenant Flowers not taking very much damage, but Ziggy getting hit by a bandage toss and just going down pretty quick. Amumu, honestly, AP ceilings are really good for him, so it's going to be good to have that additional AP damage. And Ultimite's just constantly pushing that top lane in, keeping Indigo under their tower.
Yeah, it's going to be a big issue for them later on in the game here with Ultimites being a threat. Lieutenant Flowers going back in.
Yep, and that's going to be a flash over. Does Izzy and CV2 does end up getting hit by the Yone at the very end of his ultimate. Does get taken down. Yone getting another kill. That's going to be a 3-0 on Gabriel Leo now, and that is going to be a massive Yone going into this mid game.
Yeah, you can tell that Smolder might not have as much time as they thought they were going to have in the later parts of this game right now with a fed Yone and a fed Gwen. These two champions can continue their success no matter what part of the game is at this point because of the amount of gold that's brought onto them. Could be a dive in the mid lane.
Kind of getting caught out there. Yeah, he does use Mom, does end up dodging the bandage toss, so Gabriel Leo and Lieutenant Flowers aren't going to get much out of it, but he does almost catch him out, uses the Crystal 7 meat, doesn't get any out of it though. Kind of a waste of his ultimate there, unfortunately.
Oh!
But the snipe from Barolo taking him out. Mimu set that up so perfectly, actually.
Sorry, headphone users, that caught me off guard. Great job by the Senna.
And Ziggy just walking back into Gabriel Leo. Gabriel Leo just not caring about the Olaf tankiness. Does get another kill. He's on a rampage already at 14 minutes into this game.
Great job right there by CER. Just they're proactive. They just, no matter what the point is in the game, no matter what they're doing, they're making something happen, and they are making plays all over the map right now. I was really I had no idea what Mumu's thought process was. They backed off of the ulti, didn't push E, didn't push the second Q, and just the Senna ulti coming out from downtown. Great follow-up from that one. And they're really making the presence known across the whole part of the map right now. You can already see Mumu on the Rift Herald as it spawns, and Leo just gonna be dominant in that mid lane. There's nothing that Smolder can do for the next 20 minutes, and they're gonna need 2 or 3 items. They're gonna need a lot of CC as well. Asher going down in the bot lane.
Yeah, very talented, going in hard onto Pot of Greed and Wheel Good. Honestly, I mean, they could have fought that, I think, a little bit better, and they would have been able to at least take out Wheel Good, maybe take out Pot of Greed as well. Indigo trying to go in, but doesn't get too much done. We do see the Herald coming over, and actually, Gabriel just trying to take his advantage and just push it as far as possible. They are going to use that Herald more likely in that mid lane, push that tower down, get that mid lane broken up, and start working on those other outer towers.
Once that mid lane goes down, your security throughout the game is completely lowered. I mean, I'd say about 50% here. Once that mid tower goes down, your jungle's gone, basically. The amount of power farm that Ziggy's been doing throughout the game is going to be completely gone once that mid tower goes. So they need to definitely do a defense here. They have the team fight potential. Vixus does have the enough damage here to do some killing blows as well. So I mean, with the Swain, Tom Kench, and Poppy, you should be able to front to back a couple of fights here if they decide to storm down the mid lane tower with that Rift Herald. But they're probably just going to make a dragon play here for the side of CER. They just want to smother TPO out in all angles as much as possible here. And, I mean, top lane's already gone, so all you gotta do is work mid and bot lane here and keep taking every objective on the map. And it'll just be a W here for CER.
And I mean, CER just did a great job of just removing all of the vision that TPO had. Potter getting caught out does end up wasting his W by Barlow being stuck in there, and that's going to be red team taking down the first turret in the top lane. Gwen getting that other side of the map push. Very talented, getting caught, but I mean, he still has his team available. Does flash over the wall. Barolo and Lieutenant Flowers going in hard. Bixis hitting Mom coming out there. Ultimate coming in from Senna, but is going to go down eventually to Bixis, getting him his first kill of the game. And that's a 1-for-0, but that is a second dragon going over the side of CER so far.
Leo looking a little crazy here in this mid lane bush by himself, but they're going to back that one up a little bit. 4 members of TPO walking around, taking everything that they can from CER. And you can see that, I mean, Ultimite's this whole time just sitting pretty up there in that top lane. No tower, nothing to stop them from just going to keep running it down. I want to see a little bit more from CER. I want to see them kind of run down this mid lane. Leo gonna go wide with that ulti. He's gonna come
Leo
right back.
In under the tower though, and Ziggy is there to stop him. Bixis does actually get the kill over to Olaf, so Ziggy getting another kill. Does get the shutdown from Yone. That's a lot of gold going over to that Olaf, and that's gonna give him a nice stack of items. I believe it was like a 400 gold bounty, and actually Indigo trying to go in onto Ultimice does do some damage, but Ultimice just consistently stacking that passive and just taking out that health bar from Indigo with the Q, with the ultimate. And I mean, that is a pretty big difference now in gold coming back. Only a 1k difference at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot here in the top lane, though, especially with just 2 kills up there. Not a lot of intervention here from the Amumu or the Olaf, so I would say it's all Ultimice up there doing their job. You can see that TPO got that bot lane tower, though. The squad of the We Good and Pot of Greed tanky champions doing their job, taking everything off the map here, and now TPO is feeling a little bit proactive here in this mid lane, and they want to stack up together and start their team fight if they can. You can see Smolder going to that bot lane here, and the 1-3-1 is started.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, the solo lanes from CER just doing such a good job of keeping that damage. And actually, Pot of Greed going into an entire enemy team does have to flash over the wall, does get down to half health, does have a little bit of great health, and Wheel Good couldn't really walk out too much. But Lieutenant Flower is just doing a really good job of just preparing himself for that fight. And as soon as you saw Pot of Greed go over, it almost seemed like an oh crap moment and had to just flash immediately to get away and not die. Because with the Ashe slow, with the Senna slow, with the stun, it would have been a dead Pot of Greed, a dead Tom Kench on that map, and that would have been a 5v4 they had to go into, walking up to that Baron coming up in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, this should start the tone of the game right now. Whoever wins this next team fight definitely is going to carry that out through the rest of the game right now. It's still pretty much even here on both sides. 2k gold lead for CER though, but it's mostly in the top lane and the mid lane here. So the carries of TPO are still even and very much ahead of this bot lane. Oh, Yone got a pick on the Indigo and Olaf.
Oh my goodness, and that is a double kill for Yone going in here. Let's watch this again. So we do see Ziggy and Indigo up here trying to fight. Senna ultimate coming in, and Gabriel Leo taking out one. Does get the second onto Olaf as well. And that is going to be Yone coming in hard again with more kills, getting himself Absolutely. And I mean, they did try to get it with Pot of Greed and Wheel Glowed back there. Senna is coming around to the backside. Barolo coming in from the side. Actually, you have the ultimate coming out from Swain. Lieutenant Flowers is caught out, doesn't have the mana to get away. Honestly, just let him die. Swain taking the shutdown onto that one, not great for them. But they do have the rest of the team there. With Pot of Greed taking Swain in, does spit him out. Kill going over to Ultimize. Ultimize getting a double kill and just showing more of that aggression, more of that dominance from the top lane. And this could actually be a very easy Baron for them to grab, since the only person left on the map is Bixis, and he is bot lane right now. But they are going to actually give it up, it looks like.
I like that choice there. A little bit weird to stay around for that kind of flip up, but it works out in their favor. They get the 4 for 1, and it will be a great just lead up here for the rest of the game right now. They're building that lead and taking it very, very strongly. 3K gold lead building up for CER. 5 kills on top of that as well. Bixis, though, is going to be getting that Triforce probably on this back here. And really just waiting on Smolder here. TPO is ready to fight. They just don't have the arsenal that CER has right now in the middle of this game right now. 21 minutes in, this will be the 4th dragon spawning, and this should be something TPO wants to fight for.
Absolutely. I mean, the dragon's going to be big. That's going to be sole point for CR if they do end up getting it. And I mean, honestly, Yone, I'm surprised he's not just pushing in the side lane. They do actually catch out Pot of Greed once again. He doesn't get his W off, is going to get taken down, and they're going to give it over to Barolo actually taking the kill. Honestly, I think giving it to Yone, giving him more gold, giving it to possibly even very talented, giving the Ashe some more gold and some more ability of doing something in the game now, versus just being like an ulti bot. But I mean, the Ashe is always going to be good no matter what happens.
I definitely agree.
Yeah, I mean, Indigo just trying their best in this top lane against Ultimize. Ultimize just 169 CS, 4-0, has 2 items already, and they haven't even finished their boots yet. They're just walking around with the regular boots of speed, and we do see CR trying to start this dragon up, but they do have Ziggy there ready for the counter with Wheelgood coming over from the mid lane.
They will start this dragon. It's a very confident out of CR right now. They are just staring down TPO in their face saying, you can't come in here and take this dragon from me. I did want to point out that Pot of Greed, sometimes when you're playing a tanky champion or a champion that has a easy executable like getaway, like the Tom Kench W, you can be too confident in your decision making and your playmaking ability. So you can see Pot of Greed just trying to get some vision down, trying to make put himself in a playmaking opportunity, and that's should have been like the 3rd time he got caught out, but thankfully it's only been 1 death for him. The other time being when he said hi to Lieutenant Flowers, who's waiting in the mid lane. And you can see now that TPO just trying to keep lanes even and trying to buy time for Bixis, who is getting ran down by Gabriel Leo right now.
I mean, honestly, I think if he had just a little bit more time, he may have been able to get that dragon under that tower. Gabriel Leo is just going to consistently pull at least 2 people to him. He does have Olaf coming down. Olaf doesn't end up using his ultimate, but is actually going to possibly kill Gabriel Leo. Does get taken down by Mom and actually goes to a shutdown for that Smolder. I mean, Pot of Greed dying on the other side of the map, though, and I mean, this is maybe the mid lane going down for the side of TPO. So they did end up going 1 for 1. Pot of Greed dying, but I mean, Gabriel Leo taking 2 deaths is not the greatest thing you want to see, especially when you are so far ahead. That's 2 big shutdowns being given over to the side of TPO, and that's just going to help them more get into this game. And we actually do see this again. Wheelgood actually got the one that hitting out. We do see the death there from this, but Tom Kenji getting taken out very quickly. Lieutenant Flowers does see the kill. Wheelgood actually uses these Zonias to keep himself alive and flashes away. Doesn't get to stay alive for a little longer. Does use ultimate, but ends up getting out of there. And I mean, very close to being a 2 for 1 on the side of CER there instead of just a 1 for 1.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a disconnect here for TPO in the bottom part of this game, though. They are getting lucky, though. I shouldn't say look. They are making plays here with Bixis, and they're setting up Bixis for success here in the later part of the game, especially with that shutdown coming over on that Yone kill. Ziggy going in the mid lane, though.
Yeah, and I mean, Ziggy trying hard to go on to Barolo, but doesn't actually happen, and is getting chunked down by that Ashe Senna. And I mean, again, that's the biggest thing with this range difference that you're going to have, is that TPO doesn't really have that much range. They have Bixis a little bit with the Smolder, but I mean, Poppy's melee, Olaf's melee, Tom Kench's melee, and Swain's very close to just being a melee champion with a little bit more range. But then you have things like Senna and Ashe, where Senna's just going to consistently get more range, and she's going to be able to pop people from across the map here very shortly.
A big thing about CER right now is they are a little bit squishy, but they have a lot of healing and a lot of lockdown. Of course, with Gwen just having that walk away as well. But the problem with TPO, the only damage, true damage they have coming out is that Vix's Smolder. And even with Swain on top of that, Swain isn't that burst champion. He's just going to walk you down and just work you into that gray screen. It's not going to show up, boom, you're gone. And that's going to be a problem with them as long as this game goes on for, because you can see Gabriel Leo having the Yone with the healing. Ash and Senna are going to be supportive for their carries as well. Gwen is hard to lock down, and Amumu is going to go right at you and make sure that your squishes go down before their squishes do. So TPO has a lot to work towards right now. Going in 25 minutes, down 2 dragons, a Cloud Soul isn't going to be the craziest thing for CER, but it's going to be really good on the Yone and Gwen. So adding that on top of the mix is going to be another issue that TPO has to deal with right now. So they have to find a way to stop the fire. How can they mitigate it? How can they put it out? How can they get themselves into the driving position of this game right now? Because right now they're all reaction, and there's not really a lot of action in their spot. So, I mean, a Baron play, Asher goes wide on the Bixes. But a Baron play, but really the Drake is going to be the main point of attention here, as Bixes should be down for the count.
Yeah, I mean, Vix is getting about to be doped by 4 people with Lieutenant Flowers walking in from the side. Just kind of saw Ziggy walk by him. And that's going to be a dead bot lane tower. So that's going to be all of these tier 1 towers down for the side of CER. I mean, they're going to have to just try and like turtle as much as possible to keep themselves in this game. But I mean, that soul coming up very shortly. We have a minute left until that dragon soul for the cloud. And I mean, it all depends on if they can steal that, they can try and get somebody in there. And I mean, honestly, Indigo and Ultimites are just like on their own little island still to this point of the game. It's been 27 minutes. And I mean, nothing's really happened top lane. You've seen Indigo get killed a couple times. Ultimites had like 3 people coming up top lane for him, but he just walked away from it with no issues. And I mean, it's Gwen. You can't just jump on him. You have to try and get that pick with somebody to be able to like pull them out or go in immediately with like the Olaf and just keep them slowed as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, League is a game of chess. It always has been. It's always been, how do I strategize myself to take away your Nexus? And CER does a great job of forcing you into positions that you don't want to be in. Because right now, they're putting all of the pressure down in that bot lane for a fight that they know TPO can't win without their top laner. Indigo is going to try and stay alive against Ultimites, but he has 3 items against that Poppy.
And I mean, like you said, the other issue you said was that they do have a lot of healing going on the side of CER, and there's not any heal blocking happening from the side of TPO yet. I mean, like, we have financing for Tom Kench, but that's, you have to attack him to have anything happen with that. Like the Swain he could have built something. I mean, getting into Oblivion or pretty early on would have been good, especially against like the Senna, against the Yone, against the Gwen especially, because Gwen's just gonna sit there and just heal for days. And I mean, they are preparing the entire team to come down for this dragon fight. And Yone is going to keep pushing that bot lane. Gabriel Leo just playing as much pressure as he can. And I mean, they're going to have to concede this or possibly even give up Baron, because that's where CR is headed to right now.
They baited all the TPO into the Dragon Pit just to go right towards Baron and start bursting.
Even the teleport
even
from Poppy.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh. That is
I don't think they have any idea what's going on with that Baron right now, too. They just baited them into that. What a great chess play right there. I mean, wow. Now TPO has to figure out what to do next as they storm down this mid lane tower, but now you got to fight Baron minions.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, such a good play by CER to bait them for that dragon, for that soul, and then go absolutely not. And then it's Indigo teleporting down with, I think, the icing on top for them. They're going, oh, cool. It's a free Baron. We don't have to worry about them coming over because Indigo just teleported bot lane. That is a 2.5 minute, 3 minute cooldown, and they don't have that up for this next fight happening.
So the one thing that TPO had working for them was time. The one thing that Baron does a great job of is breaking bases open and taking away that time from you as fast as possible. You can already see that Ultimites gave up on that top lane kind of presence there, as Yone is going to fill that spot now. Ultimites being in these fights now, there's no itemization here to stop.
Ultimites is just blowing up Ziggy on that Olaf and does almost kill him with just 2 shots of the ultimate, even through the ultimate from Olaf. And Gabriel Leo and Burlo actually up top against Indigo, trying to kill the Poppy. And I mean, Burlo getting caught out, does end up getting the exhaust down onto Poppy, but Gabriel goes back to towards his base, seeing the skyline, and Indigo walks away scot-free. I mean, honestly, though, putting Ultimites in that bond, I think is the best option because you can keep the Poppy busy. And actually, another fight happening here. We do have the teleport coming in from Gabriel Leo. Potagrid getting cut out, has to flash away, is going to get taken down by the Ashe. Yone missing the ultimate, but we go good, using his ultimate as well, trying to walk away. Does pull in the Amumu, using the Zonias, but Olaf with Zelgi with Olaf there, able to stop the fight. And Burlo there as well, walking down from the top lane to pull everybody into that Shroud. I mean, Indigo coming in as well, gets caught out by the Amumu on Legend of the Flowers. Does get blown up immediately, goes down to very talented. Ultimate coming in from the Smolder with Mom. Does get close to being taken out, does get destroyed by Gwen. And we are good about to be taken down as well from that Gwen. And that is going to be a 4-for-0 with CER pushing into that base.
Vixen said, "Don't worry, guys, I got him," and then all of a sudden catches 4 daggers to the face and goes straight to a gray screen as CER walks it down competently here in this mid lane as they are fighting for that game 1 win. Swain's still alive, though, doing a lot of damage.
Get pulled in. Oh, good. Oh, my good. Is going to just pull people in. Does get 2 down, but Ultimite's trying to get down. Tom Kench taking the shutdown. Ashe getting the kill onto it. That is a triple kill for Tom. And I mean, that's kind of a throw right there from the side of CER. They didn't have to push that hard. That second tower is almost down, but that is a 1 person left for the side of CER trying to take that base.
There's one thing that I noticed out of that whole interaction here, Wisdom. TPO doesn't care what game it is. They will fight to the death, tooth and nail, to get a serious win out of this one. They got here for a reason. They are here to prove it tonight. As even game 1, down to the count where that tower should have went down and CR should have had their game 1 win, they stopped them with everything they had and all of their might here. Potagrid putting their body on the line countless times again on this catfish right now. Good is doing a ton of damage here in the Swain and a lot of healing as well compared to CER. I know they kind of threw their bodies at them on the side of CER, but Ultimice and Gabriel Leo were just so far ahead that they can kind of get away with it until that very moment there in the opposite base. So with that being said, TPO has a little bit of a breath and just spacing to deal with right now as they can figure out what to do next. Potagrid though
getting cut out once again by the entire CER lineup. And I mean, he's trying to get that swords down, does get cut out, very talented taking that kill. I mean, this has been pretty much the consistency of this game, is that Potagrid's walking into a bush, the entire enemy team's there, and he's like, well, I may be dead here again. And then he just goes down. I mean, as much health as you have, quite greedy, that's good. It is quite greedy from Potagrid, which, I mean, kind of makes sense. Unfortunately, it's not working out for them as they want to.
Yeah, okay, there's no more cards left in that deck.
Got caught by Barolo on that W, and I don't know how he saw him. That was such a close, almost hit. But, I mean, CR not even worrying about that last dragon. They're just trying to get these waves pushed in. Ultimites once again top lane against Indigo, and I mean, the shield coming in gonna stop that damage. But I mean, very talented, having more damage coming in, and honestly, that Ashe is just playing a very vital role. Bork, Kraken, LDR so far on him, and he's gonna be able to just destroy the armor of the Poppy, of the Olaf, if they even get the chance to fight. Because Indigo hasn't been with the team very often, and the last time he was, ended up having to teleport into a dragon fight that didn't happen.
Yeah, they haven't had a full 5v5 yet. They've only had a little of just they're counting their blessings right now for the side of TPO, and it's only game 1. So I mean, this should be a Cloud Soul here for CER, much awaited. Nothing else to kind of bait them into. I mean, TPO. I usually say this about any team though, but just this being in general, it is playoffs right now. You have to go back to basics. You have to ward with the team. You have to run with your team. It's 33 minutes in, and anybody on the side of CER can just take you out in a couple of shots. Vix is alone here at his own tower. Asher going down.
Oh, just too high. Actually, can we see what the stacks are for both the Senna and the... Yes, we have 289 stacks for the Smolder, and then how's Senna's Souls going as well? Actually, top lane getting taken down a little bit quick. And that is an Ashe. And we have 127 souls for Senna right now. So, I mean, that range, that damage is going to be so consistently big going into these fights. And, I mean, again, that's the big thing, is that range difference. You have Swain and Smolder with the most range, but they're not even that much of a range champions, versus the Ashe versus that Senna. And then, I mean, you just have the full force of an Amumu coming in with Curse of the Mummy. And if he gets your entire team out, that's going to be ulti on ulti on ulti. And that Yone and the Gwen are going to have a field day just cleaning up those kills.
Not to mention the itemization, Cleaver and Bork with the heal cut 80 item as well. So I mean, every auto from 2 miles away here from Zen is going to be just cutting down that Poppy, cutting down the Olaf, and just making it a lot easier for Ultimice and Leo to blow them up completely here. As we do see the Baron started, and there's nothing that TPO can really do about it unless they walk in kind of blindly here.
But I mean, that's going to be a quick Baron. That is Baron down, and we actually do have Lieutenant Flowers going in. Gets knocked away immediately by Indigo. That is going to be a Mumu outside of the map. Ultimice just chunking down Ponegreed, chunking down Indigo as well. But Lieutenant Flowers goes back in, does get knocked away. Feel Good is on the backline. Yone from Gabriel taking out the first kill. Gets a second kill, double kill for him. Ultimice getting that third one down. Feel Good goes over to Ash, and that's going to be a dead Mixes over to Yone, getting a triple kill, and that's going to be the end of this game, going over to CR in this best of 5 series.
Yeah, TPO felt the pressure right there. They figured they had to do something, and I guess that was their best bet. With that being said, I would look for them to just kind of cut this one as a loss, figure out what you need to do in game 2, and flip this on their heads. You don't want CER feeling so confident here on this game 1 win. You want them to feel like their backs are against the wall in this game 2. Come out swinging. I would say go for a early kill match as well. I mean, I don't know. It's mostly like a Olaf kind of diff in the jungle, and then the bot lane not having the range right there. They fought so hard in that bot lane, only for Ultimice and Gabriel Leo to just completely storm and stomp all over that game. Lieutenant Flowers had great bandage tosses as well, and then a Mumu. So hopefully we'll see a flip on its head in this game 2 with the draft.
And I mean, honestly, I think the biggest thing here is you're going to have to have a draft change up entirely for the side of TPO. The Poppy didn't work for you. The Gwen just destroyed you in lane, and then you didn't have a chance to do anything. Olaf tried his best, but couldn't do it. He only had 7,000 damage on Olaf. I mean, that's unfortunate to see. And that's just a lot of the ability of Olaf not being able to go in as much, because I mean, he can ultimate, but he's still getting caught out by half the team, just blown up immediately by the Gwen, by the Yone, especially the Yone. The Yone and the Gwen, 31,000, 28,000 damage each. I mean, that's insane to watch happen.
Yeah, Olaf did more running and chasing rather than fighting. I mean, they weren't able to lock down the Yone, weren't able to lock down the Gwen. So that being said, I would look for a point-and-click champion to kind of deal with that. Sejuani, I think, was on the table there too.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to just have to be a huge draft difference, and I think they're going to have to go into this next game, change up the entire plan, and go, we need to figure out what's going to work for us. But with that, I think we're going to get ready for Game 2 coming up next.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Hello and welcome back to game 2 of TPO versus CER. We did just watch CER have a dominating performance on red side. They are going to be switching it up, so we're going to see CER on the blue side this time, TPO on the red side.
And what we are going to see is TPO ban Yone, ban Gwen. If those two champions go through, it's going to be a rough time for them all over again. You don't want any repetition on this one. It would just be the end of days for you and your playoff hopes right now in this quarterfinals match. That being said, TPO gonna have to stray away from the tanky one carry comp, I think, because there's a lot of heroes here on CER. There's a lot of solo carry, solo Q players here on this team. From what I can tell so far after game 1 and what they've played before and what we've seen before from them. So with that being said, I'm wondering if CER might flip the script on them and go for a scaling comp in this game too, and see what TPO has to bring against that. Or if they're just going to try and dominate their way through all 3 to 5 games.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think the biggest thing that they need to do is just keep what they did this last game. Keep the momentum, keep pushing it to make just this next 2 games for them as simple as possible. TPO is going to have to completely 180 what they were trying to do. The Swain Tom's a good thought process, but if you don't have a good top lane, a good mid lane, it's not going to work for you. The Swain Tom, I think, probably the most dominating bot lane we've seen in that last game. But they ended up falling off very hard because the Senna got too big, the Ashe got too big, and then Yone and Gwen just were unstoppable. Yone, honestly, just almost still carrying that team. Gwen just keeping the Poppy down. Indigo didn't have much chance to make any plays in that game. And I mean, it's not entirely their fault. The Olaf tried to come up and help, but it's like the wave states were just always so bad. And the Gwen has that ability of just getting away, keeping themselves in that mist so they can't get attacked unless you are melee range. It's hard to keep them back.
Yeah, it seemed like there was a missing link the whole time with TPO. Indigo was only in a couple of those fights and a dragon fight where they didn't really need that and TP to go through. So with that being said, TPO, get the communication down, get the drafting down, get the help that you need from your solo laners and your jungler. Make sure that Ziggy can make some things happen, make a presence on that map like Lieutenant Flowers is able to do. I mean, Lieutenant Flowers never stopped pathing to somewhere, never stopped doing an objective. CER was all over the map and making plays with that Syndra and Seraphine coming out again. CER, I think, are going to ban out the Swain.
They might. They're keeping the Jarvan off the table, even though they have first pick. They don't want to try and first pick the Jarvan. They want to keep it out of both junglers' hands because it is such a strong and playmaking pick. And I mean, obviously, they did in the last game. They had the Amumu. It worked out really well for them. So far, it's the same bans, just in a different order. The Seraphine replacing the first ban for TPO. I do want to see them ban either the Yone or the Gwen here. Because if they don't, there's a good chance they could just pick it up again. Unless they have like a much better counter to it, it's gonna cause them more issues.
It's kind of crazy to me that we're not banning out the Yone over the Veigar here. Veigar, an easy squishy kill. I mean, get the cage taken out and then you can gank them as well. But I'm guessing that Bigsus might be playing Smolder again, just based on that one ban here, and Ashton be picked up as the first pick here for CER. Just again all-around carry there. That's my favorite AD carry to play if I'm trying to have a chill time and let my team carry me in a victory.
Yeah, I mean, Ashe just is so good for playmaking even if you're behind. And there's actually a Kog'Maw coming in to try and counter the Ashe possibly. Definitely an interesting pick. Definitely different than the Swain we saw from last game. Hopefully it works out better for Weogood. And I mean, we may see what they're going to try and move it with, but they're going to have the Volibear coming out. That could be top lane, that could be jungle. It could even be, weirdly enough, a support champion for Pot of Greed. You never know with what Pot of Greed's going to pull out of their pot, actually.
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely a deep champ pull, deep pot in that bot lane for them. And Zach we pulled out for CR. I haven't seen Zach in a long time, and I'm so excited to see that blob flying through the air, making plays happen. And from the small sample size of games I've seen We-Good play, that Kog'Maw is dangerous, and the spacing and positioning of We-Good is I mean, it's almost perfect. I mean, even on the Swain game, only caught it a couple of times here. And the Shen is going to be brought out for TPO, which Indigo might have a hard time against that Aatrox.
And I mean, again, that could be a Shen support, though. At this point, it's a lot of flex picks you see. The Kog'Maw's kind of like obvious to go, again, AD carry for Weogood, but I mean, Pot of Greed could be playing the Shen, could be playing the Volibear, as obvious enough. The Aatrox is, I think, a good pick top lane because it's such a strong champion. And unless you try and like absolutely just hard counter him, he's going to be able to farm up. He's going to be able to get that late game scaling. And I mean, they have the Ashe again. I think giving them the Ashe every game is going to be an issue. And I think they probably could have gotten rid of the Seraphine, banned out the Ashe. just because it's an obvious pick. It's gonna be a pick ban the entire time. And we do see all the bans coming out. Actually, we have the Silas LeBlanc and the Lulu Milio. So they're trying to keep all those supports down for Pot of Greed. And then mid lane, Gabriel trying to keep him off of the strong picks. But the Yone is still up and available.
Yone, Swain's still out there. Renata can be picked up there for Pot of Greed, and the We Good Kog'Maw duo down there should be dangerous to mess with. But I mean, again, Ashe, just push R and walk away. You know, like it can't be too hard for them. Ashe, Senna. I was gonna say Senna is probably the perfect combo for that. Keep the poke lane going. Make sure that they have to use their stay alive ability from Renata to defensively more than aggressively here. And then Nico. I do believe Gabriel played Nico in a couple of games before this playoff run. So, I mean, they were catching people out left and right. They were making plays happen. They brought a minion into a red buff and caught the jungler off guard in that game that I think I'm referring to. They walked right from the bot lane into that red buff and just ultied and soloed their jungler in that game. So watch for Gabriel to get really tricky in this one here. And Orion gonna round out the TPO team comp here. That's a Shaco. How did that go through our picks here?
I don't know.
Okay.
I was like, where is this? I was like, I don't think there was a Shaco in the game. Okay, it's a Kog'Maw.
Shen. Okay.
Shen, yeah, Shen. Okay, so Shen top. That's
I
fine.
thought I was in a different world right now. I thought.
I was like, did we miss?
I've been drinking water all day. I don't know what's going on right now. So yeah, that is a Shen, not a Shaco right there. Thank you, production as well. And with that being said, watch out for the Oriana Ball for the Volibear and the Shen. Dash in, lock them down. Kog'Maw gets a pentakill. From what I'm seeing about TPO here, but time. They still need time for that Kog'Maw that CER is not willing to give them with that Zac and Aatrox combo.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Aatrox and Shen's going to be more of an issue for Indigo again. Indigo's going to have to try and play that super well, especially trying to use the Stand United, just because Aatrox has so many ways to knock you out of that. And I mean, again, like it's almost like just like a back and forth for the top and mid from the side of CER. You had the AP top lane with Gwen versus the AD mid with Yone. They switched it up. Oh, cool. Aatrox is gonna go to Ultimice. We're gonna have Gabriel on the Nico, and the Nico was banned out last game, so he did get his pick from this game with a Nico, and he has been sneaky with it. He's done well. He became one of the chickens previously as well, and was hiding in there. I mean, it's such a smart play to do, and I'm hoping to see more just like really weird things happening with that Nico, to where it's just gonna catch people off guard.
Even if it doesn't make a play happen, it keeps the team on their toes where they have to double check and second guess everything in front of them. Even if it's not taking out a player, even if it's not getting objectives or anything like that, it's keeping the team on their toes and saying, hey, can we walk in here? I don't know. Nico's not on the map right now. It could be right in that bush anywhere. That's a walking ward, guys. There's a ward walking. What are we going to do about that? And it just, again, you think it might be a 3v4, but really it's a 4v4. With that random ward and that dragon being that Nico right there. So the problem again with TPO is that it's just gonna be you're probably not gonna have Indigo with you. You have the Shen, you have the TP, you have the Stand United, but Aatrox is gonna be up there causing a menace, a wreck up there in that top lane, taking down towers, being a 1v2 champion, and really gonna pull that whole team out there if that Aatrox gets a couple items on top of them, pulls that ulti off. Bix's taking a lot of damage.
Gabriel Leo just doing so much to Bixis once again. And I mean, honestly, I think the biggest issue you're going to have for TPO side is that they're playing that long con game again. They're playing that super scaling. You have the Kog'Maw. You need to get him to those 2, 3, 4 items. You have Oriana, who's going to do okay in the early game, but she does a lot better if she scales. The Volibear and Shen are just going to be full on tanks. And then Pot of Greed playing the Renata is, I think, going to be the game changer for a lot of these fights because of her ultimate. And that's going to cause a lot of issues, especially if like the Ashe is big or the Senna is big. It's going to just be chunking your own team down.
Yeah, I mean, I hope Pot of Greed kind of had a talk with themselves in that last game saying, I will not ward without my team. I will not ward without my team. Just write it down over and over again, especially with a Nico on the map now too. You have to be careful in these situations here because you are a key point of that team fight. If Kog'Maw cannot feel confident without that Renata savior, what is that ability called? Wisdom? I am blanking out right now.
Which one?
The one that keeps you alive until you get a kill. Loyalty program. There we go.
Bailout.
There we go.
I'm not great with the names either. I got you.
with Bailout not being there as a key ability, Kog'Maw can't feel confident in walking forward and going for these kills. So use your time. to your advantage and keep these fights alive here. And Pot agreed to stay alive, stay on that map, and be a menace.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the biggest thing you can see the difference of is that the bot lane dynamic is completely different from last game. TPO isn't pushing up as hard. They're not getting as aggressive as they were. And Barolo and Very Talented have a lot more ability of actually getting that aggressiveness. And ultimately, once again, just going hard into Indigo's face and just chunking him down with those Qs. I guess I was saying, though, with the bot lane, though, it's going to be a lot more of Ash is going to be able to just consistently push that wave in, and Cosmo's going to have to try and get those for that farm under the tower, and it's going to be a consistent thing for him.
Sorry, the child in me had to correct about that one. Zach going to go in on the Ziggy, though.
Yeah, Lieutenant Flower is finding Ziggy in that jungle. The Volibear just kind of walking around. They're trying to get that scuttle. Who is going to get it first? We do have Bixus over there, under half health though. So they try and go for a fight. It could be bad, and that is going to be going over to. And honestly, Lieutenant Flower is taking way too much damage. Does have to flash away. Is going to end up getting his passive taken down. Ziggy under a quarter health, and actually may end up dying to Gabriel Leo. Does get the kill. First blood going over to the Nico, and Lieutenant Flowers does actually end up living. Vixus is going to have to probably flash out of this, but doesn't have a chance. That is a double kill. That is CER just taking that early game and just making it their own.
And they got the scuttle on top of that too. Yeah, so I mean, Zach passive coming in clutch right there for Lieutenant Flowers, taking up and soaking all that damage there for Gabriel Leo to get those double kills down. Barolo and Very Talented feeling a lot better in this game too compared to that Swain Tom Kench that they had to deal with last game here, knowing that they can use a range against the Renata and Cogmod. Pot Agreed and We Good are just trying to farm this one out and trying to get levels going, and Ziggy trying to get some redemption here in this bot lane after that failed scuttle attempt here.
And Very Talented actually just like walking back a little slower, but the Pot Agreed did end up missing their ability, so he's not going to end up getting stuck, doesn't get pulled back into him, and that's going to be a really easy bot lane back. Honestly, TPO could take this first dragon once again.
Not a bad play here. Take what you can get, and you should be feeling like that the whole game right now because you are the ones who have to scale up. You have to get items on your champions. You have to set up your plays with Orianna and Shen. So, I mean, as much resources as you can get this early in the game right now compared to when Gabriel Leo is going to be one-shotting you with that 2-0 Nico, the better. So you can see that there is a couple more minions in that mid lane than you would expect, and a couple more champions too.
Yeah, and we actually do see Rolo coming up, does get the stun down onto the Orianna, and actually the ultimate coming out from Nico doesn't end up hitting them, and Vixus does get out having to use that flash, but honestly, that's going to keep them away from those minions, keep them away from that level 6 power spike. And I mean, Gabriel Leo just taking this early game and just making it his own like he did last game, already up 2-0, up by 18 CS, going even farther. And I mean, there's only so much you could do to help that Orianna out at this point.
Yeah, Bixus, I can't believe got away with that one flash and then standing still, dodging half of the abilities right there. Great job by them. Definitely got some notes and took notes from Faker in those plays too. Gabriel Leo, the Nico, the cooldown's ridiculous right now. I know Orianna has some pretty low cooldowns, but that EQ every 8 to 10 seconds is just pushing waves out and causing a lot of pressure in that mid lane. Indigo and Ultimize dueling this one out. Indigo is level 6 too. Blue team will get the Void Grubs. That first set will go down to CER.
Yeah, and Indigo actually getting caught out once again. Does have to flash away. All of the CC coming out from CER is out. But I mean, that's gonna be the flash down. They know that that's up there now. And then Ash is just sitting in this bot lane 1v2ing and having absolutely no issues.
Yeah, probably just W in the wave right now. Kind of suspect that one. Another low cooldown as well. A very, very useful skill to CS from a distance there. You can see that Ziggy, knowing the only safe spot down here is in that bot lane here, so we'll get that red buff for free. And Barolo is going to go back to lane. Could spot out Ziggy here. And there's no Krugs to take for Ziggy as well.
Yep, and they do see Ziggy. There's also Vixus has been sitting on boards the entire time he's coming down. We do see Gabriel trying to come down as well. Hiding on the other side of that wall. Ziggy does end up getting down, does end up getting the Stand United from Shen. So that's going to be a 5-man bot lane. Gets the taunt down onto both. And Barolo may end up going down. The Shockwave coming in, takes him down. Nico with the 5-man ultimate though coming in, gets the Shen taken out. Does almost get multiples, but coming in from the backside. Vixus getting very close to being taken out. Gabriel could actually try and get a Q over the wall. snipes him out, and that is a double kill for Gabriel Leo. And that is a 2 for 2. And that was a 5v3 for a while there, 5v4 at the very end.
You know, I was saying ban the Yone in that last draft. I think you might need to ban the Nico out every game now. Gabriel Leo looking too just comfortable on this champion, and that snipe from halfway through the tower was great positioning by them to get that follow-up kill as well. And I mean, they lost the Ashe, but they took a lot of ultis and a lot of cooldowns and summoner spells for that in return, and lost the Senna too. But I mean, 2 for 1 or so is not that bad. 2 for 2 actually, and we're looking at 14k to 12.2k here. CER up ahead again, up 2 kills as well. Down a dragon, but up the grubs, and you can see the gold. 300 up there for the top lane. Jungle actually, Ziggy's up by 1,000. And let's see here. Wow, that's a 2k difference there in that mid lane. 71 farm to 36 CS. Orianna, known to be a very, very skillful CS champion and great at CS in that mid lane.
And Ziggy making that play on the Vixus. Nico coming in once again with that attack. And that's going to be a kill over the Lieutenant Flowers. That's going to be a 4-0-1 Nico now. And Ziggy getting chunked down to half health. Aatrox from Ultimate going in on Dingo, takes down under half health as well. Honestly, Gabriel is just taking this and just taking all of the eggs and putting them into his own basket and going, this is fine. I'll give a kill over to the Zac, get him a little tankier. And Ziggy almost getting taken down, almost like, I think, making a mistake trying to go in onto
Gabriel's level 9 in the mid lane right now.
Yeah, he's 4-1. He is 4,400 gold. He is up twice as much CS as his lane opponent. Honestly, if they don't stop him now, he's gonna just be a monster throughout the rest of this mid game into that late game. And I mean, I feel like this could be a sub 20-minute game if they don't keep that Nico in check.
This is there's another sub issue going on right now too. Orianna is that second carry for TPO. Volibear does some damage. Shen does a little bit of damage too. Pot of Greed is going to be there for supporting. Vixus was supposed to be that setup champion. Get them half health, have Wheat Good, take them out the rest of the way with that mixed damage. But with Vixus being completely gone right now in that mid lane, there's nothing out there for TPO to make up that lost damage here with this Orianna being so far behind. And I mean, Orianna needs at least 2 or 3 items to take out an Aatrox, take out a Zac, to even do a half damage to Gabriel, Ashe, and Senna on the side of CER. So this is a huge problem right now for TPO that they have to really deal with. They need to either lane swap this bot lane to mid now, or they're just going to watch this game go out of their hands faster than they should, because with that mid lane tower, you're going to lose your all that vision, all that safe space in that mid lane, and Nico is going to have an even bigger field day with that. Grubs will be traded out here for the Dragon inside of TPO as they try to stop the second pair of Grubs for CER.
Oh, and Gabriel almost got one of them. That's still 3-2 right now. But I mean, this is like just like last game. I mean, Ultima is getting caught out, does end up getting taken down by Indigo. Indigo getting their first kill from the last 2 games. But the Senate W coming out, Flash coming in from Vixus, very interesting, does get caught out by Gabriel Leo once again. Zac coming in for Lieutenant Flowers, killing over to Nico again on the Orianna. Volibear bolting in, but Gabriel on the back line just pushing out. Indigo getting his second kill now, but we do have We Ghosted on the back end, does end up getting away. Lieutenant Flowers is going to possibly sacrifice himself, lose his passive once again, and Gabriel's going to have to walk away, giving the kill over to Wheel Good. If they don't, I'll be very surprised. But the teleport coming in from the Aatrox of Ultimice. Flowers gets to live, but ends up going down to Pogba. Just walk away. Gabriel is there to try and help him out. But that is actually a really good fight taken by TPO to get those grubs and also get those kills.
Yeah, and they stopped the pushing power. They stopped the they gave themselves some breathing room with that one. I love that a lot by them. They were able to actually get a full 5v5 team comp, team fight going down, and they were able to use Vixus with the little amount of gold and items that they do have and get 3 assists on top of that. Now you can see that Barolo is going to come out to the mid lane too and try and help out so Gabriel Leo can get that back going on. And TPO not ready to give up like they were in that game 1. They will fight you till the death. They will make sure that they are able to compete here. They made playoffs for a reason. Don't count them out yet. But you can count on that Nico trying to one-shot everybody on that team. So we'll see what happens within the next 5 to 10 minutes. I do believe this could be a sub 20-minute win, like you were saying. But I mean, honestly, with the amount of shoving power that TPO has with that top lane fight here.
And Ultimate is actually getting caught out once again by Ziggy, by Indigo. It does actually end up getting out. Honestly, it's definitely an interesting sight to see Ziggy just sitting top lane, trying to keep that Aatrox down. And the bot lane from the side of TPO is actually doing a lot better than last game. They're currently both deathless. Potagreed has 5 assists already. And I feel like it's just because they're not trying to be as cheesy. They're just playing more of like a safer lane. Potagreed does get caught by the Senna W, gets slowed by Ashe, but isn't going to have anything else happen to them. And I mean, Wheelgood is just playing such a good job. He's doing such a good job of keeping that spacing, keeping that distance away from the hard carries of the side of CGR, making sure he doesn't die to a one-tap from the Nico or from the Aatrox.
A little bit interesting itemization here out of the Ashe. You do see the Unital arrows going out. Potagreed gonna get stopped here by Senna. Here comes Senna.
Gonna get caught, and it did flash. Gets ulted by the Ashe, puts out the ultimate, but ends up having to heal away. Shen, I think, ended up coming in. Possibly, no, he did not. And that's gonna be Ziggy getting hit by the bailout, does end up dying. Ashe getting a double kill, going in for a triple, and that is going to be 3 kills over to that Ashe for very talented, and that is a huge misstep by the side of TPO.
Dude, Leo is unstoppable right now. I mean, somebody needs to throw a pot of water on them and put this fire out because they are on fire. And they're going right to that mid lane non-stop right now. Bix is
that
on
is
the half
two
L.
spells. That is a half health for Yama.
What do you do about this?
At this point, they need to 5-ban Gabriel Leo and just go from there. I think, honestly, like, because he's dominated on Yone, and then he dominated on Nico. They did ban Nico the first game, which I think was a great idea because he is just destroying on this champion. 5-0-4, 125 CS. He is the highest CS in this game right now. Closely followed by both AD carries. He's still up by 50 CS on the Orianna, and Ori's trying to get that farm now. But I mean, they haven't been able to stop him. He's been so good. He's been so quick and so stealthy with everything that he's done. He's even hit a 5-man ultimate already in this game in that bot lane fight. I think if you don't keep the pressure on him, he's just going to take this game and just run with it as much as he can.
Or at least keep eyes on them. At least like say, hey, there's a Nico missing. Hasn't been mid lane for like 3 or 4 minutes, and you know that something fishy is going on. Becomes a Rift Herald being taken down by CER, and they are just. This team is non-stop. I mean, they're gonna hit you from all angles. They're gonna keep making plays happen. Even if they get shut down, they go right back to another play here. The only shining light that we see out of TPO is that WeGood has been non-stop farming and getting a couple of kills on top of that as well. And that Kog'Maw, Tail going down right away. They just took it. They're going to be forcing this game to as fast as possible, and they don't have anything to worry about because of Leo being level 11 in 15 minutes. Bix is having that catch-up XP is going to help out, but Ziggy's still level 9, and the rest of the bot lane are still 3 or 4 levels down.
Yeah, I mean, Legion of Ours almost getting caught out by the side of TPO. They are getting ready for that next dragon, which is going to be the 3rd dragon. Both teams are focusing on. We are going to have an Infernal Soul Queen, and Ziggy going hard onto Gabriel Leo, ends up missing him and ends up going onto the Senna instead. But he's still by Ashe and Gabriel Leo both on the side. Ends up holding in, gets 3, and that is a chunk down. We do see the bailout coming in on That'll Be Good. Does end up going down, sending it down to the Volibear. A Shockwave coming in hard onto the enemy team. Shen gets taken down by Leo, and he is just still over half health. Potagreed getting taken down. That's going to be a double kill over there. I think that's an unofficial triple. And they're still just going to keep chasing. We have Talented, we have Gabriel Leo. But Vixis and Ziggy are just too fast, able to move away, and that is going to be an easy dragon and a 3 for 2 coming in for CER. And they still haven't been able to get Gabriel Leo. He has just been so slippery with every single fight. And I mean, the insane ultimate he's getting. He's 7-0-5 now. And like I said, if you said, he's going to be the person to watch out for. But Mana getting caught out by the Volibear, does end up getting pushed back. Ziggy just getting destroyed. That's another kill over to Gabriel Leo, and that's going to be Shen coming in with the teleport. Ends up flash, and he doesn't actually flash, but he does end up getting the taunt out. Gabriel Leo is actually caught out though. Does end up going down to the Orianna. Orianna going to get that shut down, and that is going to be a 2 for 1, excuse me. With Ziggy just getting chunked down so hard.
You know, I like the retaliation right there. They didn't give up on that fight. Now Bixis should be back in this game, at least for a mid laner who isn't completely snowballed here. It should be back at a normal rate here for Bixis, even though they are down CS in a couple of levels here because Gabriel Leo just so rocketed ahead right now in this mid lane. With that being said, though, we need Bixis to, even if your team's caught out, you are the plane and WeGood is the gunner. You need to be there to set up for WeGood to be that just nonstop auto-attacking, fierce Kog'Maw that they need right now out of TPO. TPO needs to just be point-click lockdown and have WeGood take out all of the members here on this team. So with Bix being in that mid lane while Lieutenant Flowers went in and started that dragon fight, you got to be faster. You got to get in there. You got to get that R down as fast as possible. Indigo could be caught out here.
He's actually done away. Yeah, the taunt away is a very good job. And Gabriel actually did go bot lane with a teleport to stop the Kog'Maw and Renata down there. And I mean, he's going to do a very good job of that by himself. He doesn't have to worry about it. Bixis is down there to try and stop him. That is a 1 level lead only now for 12 to 11. We do actually have a fight though. Indigo trying to go in. Lieutenant Flowers does end up jumping in onto Indigo, and Ziggy gets struck down on 3/4 health. And the ultimate from Senna coming out. Very talented, does end up getting hit by the Kog'Maw ultimate. But they're all just going to walk away. And that's going to be like a 1v1 still in that bot lane. I don't think Bixis can fight Gabriel by himself. I think he's going to have to wait for the rest of his team to come down there. And that tower, I think, is going to get chunked down and just go down for this fight.
Yeah, one thing in League of Legends that's still, I'm not sure why it's still in the game, but AP champions chunk the crap out of towers. And with Gabriel being so far ahead, you can see that damage is coming right out of them. I mean, another couple autos and that tower is just gone. We do see WeGood and Pod agreed here for TPO in the mid lane, trying to take down that mid lane tower to match the amount of pressure that CER has been putting on this game right now. Lane phases, or lane states, and lane phases right now for CER just all in favor for them. And 4K up still, even after the amount of retaliation that TPO has been given to them, it's still just in their favor for everything that has been going on. They still have the setup from Gabriel. They still have Ultimites that's just very, very far ahead in that top lane as well. Even though with their 2 deaths, they have 20 CS above that and almost a second item on top of that. Shen has actually had a game of their own though, where they've been able to fight with their team and be a part of these matches. Indigo has been doing a lot on the Shen compared to the last game on that Poppy. Honestly, for what it is, I'd call it even. Watch out for Gabriel, and TPO should be able to make a play and make something happen here in this middle part of the game. 20 minutes in, Baron is spawned now. This is where things get hairy.
I mean, even with like last game where we ended up seeing Gabriel end up getting taken out pretty quickly. I mean, honestly, Ultimate just keeps getting so much damage taken up by that Shen with the taunt, with the W coming out. But I mean, this is going to be Bixis possibly getting cut out once again. Does have the shockwave. Will he try and use it though? And it looks like he's going to have that Cerberus embrace that is going to be Stand United coming out. But it's not going to get stopped either. But he doesn't have the ability to go down, and that is going to be a wasted Stand United. We do have Ziggy trying to dive under the tower for both Very Talented and Barolo. They are actually looking like he's going to make it out, and actually Indigo did end up making it down there. Ziggy, close to death, does go down. Aatrox taking the kill on the Shen, but Gabriel going to get the kill on the Volibear. And Barolo going to get out there just half health, and he does actually get taken down by the Renata, so that's going to be Hotagreed taking 2 kills. Senna getting a kill over there for their trouble, and that's going to be Gabriel taking out WeGood. And that is an ace for the side of CER. And this is what we were talking about earlier with the tempo of this team. CER is just consistently pushing, no matter what. Even if they're behind, they're like, no, it's fine, we got this. And they'll just make a play, and they'll make another play, and then they'll just get like an objective, like a tower, and they'll make another play like on like the other side of the map. And it's just consistent, and that's what you need to have in these games.
And I mean, again, Bixis is not on the map. Got caught out in that bot lane, not there in that mid lane fight, and you're doing a dive when you have an Orianna that should be there to do half of that damage for you. How can you dive when WeGood is the only damage in that fight right there? Just not a play. I do like the attempt though from TPO, but it's just not what you need right there. What you need is to just completely give the map to CER, take your waves, take your gold, and figure out how you can fight underneath your towers here in your safe space of your base. And that's the only place that you should be able to fight out of this one because of that Nico pick here. We do see the 3 members of CER, Talented, Barolo, and Flowers, taking out that 3rd Drake for them. Will be Infernal Drake. That Infernal Drake, with the amount of range that CER has, should be just the last little thing to put them. I mean, the last nail in the coffin with that Baron as well that is on the map. Honestly, TPO should have a chance where they can sneak a Baron if they ever wanted to because of the Kog'Maw and the Orianna. But I don't think CR is going to give them a chance to. Like you said, they are just non-stop. They set the pace, they set the tempo, and they make sure that you have to come to them because we will make that fight happen even if you start it.
And I mean, honestly, this is the big thing, is like TPO again getting cut out. That was a minion there hiding. And that is Gabriel getting another kill. He's on a rampage once again in this game. And guessing on the pot of greed. I mean, that's the thing. He didn't have the minions.
It's the oldest trick in the book.
The minions, man. That's the difference. But honestly, again, like this is just CER playing their game how they need to, and this is why they were the third seed, I believe, for Group B. They're consistently making these plays, and they're showing their dominance on the Rift in this first and second game now.
That's scary. If they're the third seed, I hate to see the second and first seed in that series, because I mean, man, that group is very, very strong here. If they were set that far back, Ziggy trying to get the steal going on.
Doesn't even have a chance. Gets taken out very quickly by both Barolo and Gabriel, and of course Ultimice, and that's going to be an easy Baron. All the backs going out. We do have Orianna trying to push bot lane, but I mean, I feel like Gabriel is just going to run straight to that lane and just try and kill Orianna if she stays, which Vixis is going to head back, get out of there, and make sure he stays alive. We do see Gabriel going bot lane, and then of course I think they should just throw everyone else mid and just try and do a 4-1 and just see what happens at this point. Because I mean, they have nothing to lose really. It's 20-12. They're up by 7k gold, and it's just been a dominating performance once again by CER.
I mean, call me crazy, but TPO has been picking out 5v5 win groups and the flowers and to catch up pot of greed here. But yeah, TPO's been picking 5v5 team comp champions, but the communication I don't think has been there, or just the play style is not there for them. They don't look like a team that wants to have these 5v5s, or they just haven't had the chances that I think should have been there. When you're gonna have a comp like this, you should be all together as a 5-man, pushing out waves together, team fighting, getting picks, doing what you can. But CER, again, they just put the pressure on you. There's nothing you can do about it. Bot lane tower goes down, tier 2. Baron is on the map for them, and they can run around and be Gabriel.
He's just walking in exact thing. And that is probably getting chunked down a quarter of their health, and then we see the electric at the other. I mean, I think the biggest thing that they're going to have an issue with is that they do have a 5v5 team comp, but they're never having that chance to do so. They're always getting caught out. It's always one member getting stuck somewhere. And even when like they have like the Shen ultimate coming in, it's not working for them because it's not happening. Like, they were able to bust through that shield so quickly. And Indigo getting called in, they are going to just chunk that tower down. And this is just Lieutenant Flowers tanking that turret for as long as he wants to and just not caring about the damage.
I mean, look at CR. Went bot to top and walked right up there. Nobody was up there and ready to handle that amount of aggression here. Huge wave as well. And even Indigo having the Sunfire and the I think he has a teammate on top of that too. Just not enough wave clear with that Baron powered up minions. And it's just they're a rolling wrecking squad right now in CER. They're rolling as a team. Sorry, that was a Heart Seal and Sunfire up there. So yeah, not enough wave clear up there for that Shen. So yeah, I mean they're rolling as a team right now. CER can do whatever they want on the backs of Lieutenant Flowers and Leo to carry them into victory.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing is like just Indigo had a much better game this game. He was able to actually like try and fight in those 1v1s. And he's had good stand Uniteds, but it hasn't made that much of a difference just because they're getting blown up so quickly. And it's because Gabriel is again, like he's going to be that main carry for this team. He has that early game starting for him. He's already 12-1-6. He has that Magi's, and I mean he's already at 23 stacks currently. So I mean he is just going to do a ton of damage, blow up your squishies. The Kog'Maw doesn't stand a chance. The Renata honestly doesn't stand a chance, and the Orianna is going to just get blown up as well. If he ends up getting a 5-man ultimate, you're going to see those health bars just get completely chunked down. And honestly, Ashe could just sit there and just wail on them with having no issues. And here it comes, 3-man knockup. There goes the health bars. 2 people down, Volibear and Kog'Maw are both dead. Stadion came in from the Shen, gets thrown out. Aatrox on Pot of Greed, does end up getting knocked away. Vixis was back in there. Pot of Greed solo, having to stay back, but ends up flashing for Vixis, does end up getting away. Aatrox pulling Pot of Greed in, does end up dying, and that's going to be a dead Vixis, and that is another ace. And honestly, this is game. This is CER just 2 games in a row now, just showing that dominance, and Gabriel just taking that advantage in the early game and making it his own. And just pulling through. That Nico ultimate, he has consistently had good ultimates the entire night.
Country road, take me home. CER wins game 2. And they're probably going to take game 3 and win this series because we are looking at a monstrous stomp of a team right now. CER is looking at the Valley of Victory, and they will be looking to end out this series 3-0 in this game 3. TPO, can you withstand the heat from CER? We'll find out in the next episode.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason
Hello, Divinity, and welcome back to Game 3 of CER versus TPO. CER once again coming in with a dominant game. 28 minutes, I believe, is what I saw, if I'm not mistaken. And that is going to put them up 2-0. We are in Game 3. This could be the deciding factor if we end up going to a Game 4, or if they just end up going into the semis 3-0 and a lot happier overall.
Wisdom, how do we put Gabriel Leo on some ice here and cool that player out? I mean, that player is taking over the game for CER right now. Had an outstanding match on the Yone, made even bigger plays on that Nico. Lieutenant Flowers has been all over the map and taking every objective in sight. TPO has to figure out what they can send to this table to put CER back on the chopping block here. I mean, it's now or nothing. It's do or die. You either put it all out there. I mean, you don't want this whole season to just go to waste here. You fought for 6 weeks here to get to this point. You don't want to go home with at least you don't want to go home without a win here. You want to get at least one win on the table for your team.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the biggest thing the TPO needs to do is just ban out. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think this is backwards. That's why I'm confused. TPO just needs to ban out Gabriel Leo from his strong champ. So get rid of the Nico, remove the Yone, or grab the Yone yourself. I believe we do have CER still on blue side, so they do have first pick. I'm expecting the Ashe again, to be fair. I think Ashe as a whole is just going to be, like I said, like it's going to be a pick or ban champion. It's going to be the strongest thing you can play as an AD carry because it's just so good into everything. You can play it for catch-out comps, play it for team fight comps, front to back, everything. Ashe works for it. And I mean, they played it every game, and I feel like it's just a good backup to having Gabriel Leo as that solo carry and just smashing through the lines of TPO.
Yeah, I mean, TPO has been wanting to do 2 carry with 3 tanky CC members on top of that, or just, I mean, 1 support, 2 tanks, and 2 carries. He might have to all in on that one. I mean, double down, go Jinx in that bot lane, go Jhin, go anything like that. That's going to be that hyper carry, but double the less time, but double the pressure, double the damage here. So I mean, the Kog'Maw was a good start there, but it's just not enough for how fast CER plays. You're going to have to half that time that it takes to scale in these champions, or fight fire with fire. Play the Varus if into the Ashe, play Sivir, play anything that's going to be utility style as well with that Ashe on top of that. Figure out ways to get around it or double down on what you've been trying to do already. Indigo, if you have any carriers up there in that top lane, it's time to play that now. Ultimice wants to fight you 1v1, no holds bars, no interference. I mean, Ultimice wants to just in your face and all the time as well. And Lieutenant Flowers and Ziggy have been pretty much even, though I think Flowers has been having that champ diff though with that Amumu and the Zac pick last game. So that being said, throw it all out there or just go comfort picks. We'll see what happens in this draft right now.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for TPO is they just need to get off of the full scaling comp. You can't do that against CR. It hasn't worked the last 2 games. And ZR showing once again that Cinder first ban. Why not? It's worked the last 2 games. May as well keep it up. I do expect to see a Nico. I do expect to honestly see maybe a Yone even being brought out. But the Seraphine just being brought back in again.
Yeah, and I mean, there's got to be I think Seraphine is also a mid lane champion for Leo too, so maybe they're scared of that. J4 perma-banned out all 3 games, Cinder as well. And TPO, you got a lot of choices here, and only 2 correct ones. Veigar not being one of them. Veigar hasn't even played yet because they've been banning that one out. So I mean, I guess TPO based all around these bans, having the same 5 bans every game. So Skarner be banned out again for CER, and let's see if they change it out here.
Yeah, CER hasn't changed their bans up for the most part. The second 2 bans have always consistently changed for both sides. The MMO ban, so we still have Ashe possibly being first pick for CER once again. Because I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Grab it. I do think TPO needs to make a better choice with their carries. I think Jinx is a good option. MF's a good option. She's available. Grab her. She does a lot of damage. She's really good for AoE team comps. You love that. You love fighting 5v5. Make that 5v5 happen for yourselves. But stop going for like the super scaling, having the Orianna try and scale, the Kog'Maw scaling. The Caitlyn, not a bad pick. Good range against the Ashe. Has a lot more availability of actually poking down. So we may actually see more aggression coming in from TPO's bot lane.
Pod agreed. I know they can play Swain Swain Caitlyn is very dangerous to play against. I wonder if they're going to pull that one out here. Or Potagreed, again, has just a full champ pool of an ocean down there. Vi is a new aggressive bruiser style jungler there for Ziggy, and then Zach will come right back out. And they could pick Nico again all over right here.
I mean, honestly, if they don't, I will be very surprised. Unless they just want to give Gabriel a third champion just to run around on and destroy. And they go with the Cassante. Now, this could be top lane Cassante. They did pick top lane last time in the first round for Ultimate, so it could just be Cassante top. And they're just going to see if they're willing to take the bait and to ban the Nico, ban the Yone, and then go from there. We do see the Wukong coming out, which I believe is going to be for Indigo. So Wukong into Cassante is not bad. It's a very strong champion pick. The Vi is interesting to see. There's the Nico ban. We needed that for TPO. They need to get rid of that champion. Gabriel was so dominant on the champion. It was just going to be another bulwark of a time for them to try and fight it out of it.
Yeah, for sure. Looks to me that second last ban there for CER. I like the Wukong here in that top lane. It gives Indigo a lot more options rather than just waiting for the team to fight and then going in. They can also be part of a carry as well as making grub plays in that top lane too. That ulti in Wukong WQ can catch you off guard, does a lot of damage up there and very, very low cooldown. Cassante, though, that's a heck of a top laner up there. Does a little bit of everything, and that ultimate with the more damage on top of that. But Potagreed pulling out the Zyra Caitlyn is disgusting, honestly, in that bot lane. One of my top 3 least favorite bot lanes to fight against here. The range, the damage, the CC ability out of Zyra can melt you down. So Ashe and Nami gonna be the counter for that. Do like that, but Nami is pretty squishy as well on the other side.
And the LeBlanc coming in for Gabriel, another hyper carry champion. Go for the kills early. Honestly, I'm excited to see what mixes goes into the LeBlanc, because I mean, so far Gabriel's played 3 different champions. He's played the Yone, he's played, I mean, see the Vex. The Vex is interesting. Vex is definitely a champion that you don't see too often being played, but she does counter a lot of those like mid lane mages. And here's what we're going to see. We do have the Wukong top lane against the Cassante. Zach, once again, coming in for Lieutenant Flowers with Ziggy playing Vi. This should be a much better option for Ziggy. I think trying to play the Volibear, trying to play whatever he played in the first game, I can't remember, honestly. But not having that full engage from the jungle, I think it's been hurting them. And I think this is going to be this is an all-in comp. You have Zyra, you have Vex, you have Wukong, you want everybody going in. But you have the Nami to stop that. You have Cassante to stop that. They have such a good peel team and a good counter engage team. I think TPO may have counterpicked themselves comp wise into a loss here.
Yeah, I don't know. This is the only time they've had an early game kind of comp here. Vex being that early game damage. Caitlyn kind of scales throughout all lanes of the game, all phases of the game as well. Zyra being early game damage. Vi, aside from that, Olaf and Volibear is a lot more damage on top of that too. TPO picked here to fight, and I think that's what they've been missing is instead of just setting up, if you're there and you see somebody, just try and fight it out with that one. CER, though, how does LeBlanc phase into the place of Gabriel? We'll have to figure that one out, too. And I honestly got to watch this bot lane here. I don't know what match is going to win out of this one. But with that being said, we'll take a second to go to our sponsors here. Again, Drake Virus is here to be your new home for sneakers. We have shoes for all tastes, casual, runners, cleats, basketball, Jordans, Nike, Adidas, anything you need right there, lifestyle, workout, you name it. Weekly updates on our eBay store and Instagram. They're your one-stop shop, your hub. If you're looking for those shoes that you've been dying to get and it's very limited or anything like that, they will also look for those and get you a great deal on top of that. And search around within 3 business days. We deliver in Central Florida, up to 40 minutes from Flamingo Crossings and Winter Garden. For a full listing, please visit our eBay store, Drake Virus, and our website, www.drakevirus.com, and our Instagram at DrakeVirus. And Pro Comps. Pro Comps, if I had to be a guessing man, which I don't with Pro Comps, they are going to be looking for the CER Game 3 win to knock out this series. Let's get this game rolling.
Yep, no problem. And we are going into Game 3 here. Will CER take it and get a 3-0 victory, or will TPO come back hard, try and take this fights, and make sure that they get that one win at least to go into a Game 4?
Yeah, I mean, at least put a game on your belt. At least make it feel like you got here for something. leave it all on the table. Work together as a team. You guys are still teammates, win or lose. I mean, I'm sure you're gonna want to run this back and try again. You got the playoffs. That's got to count for something here. CER has to end this one out though. If they give up any inch up to TPO, TPO is going to try and take this one out. Again, they picked a fighting comp this time. It is team fight centered with the Wukong Vi pick potential and the Gwen pick potential as well. Centered around the Caitlyn and Zyra consistent damage coming out from there. But CER, I mean, they're a little bit tankier, and their pick potential is a lot stronger there and a lot faster too. I mean, LeBlanc is one of those champions where if you see her in your Caitlyn or Zyra, you're not going to see her for much longer. You're going to be either on the gray screen or you're going to be crying because you have a quarter health left and you had to go back to your base anyways. And look for very talented and Barolo to do what they've been doing consistently. They've been so they've been a statue down there. They've been able to do whatever they need to get done. Astros have been coming down from everywhere, every which angle. They've always been landing in the fights that they need to happen. Barolo has been consistent as well. Waiting for Pot Agreed to see if they're going to get some poke going down. No, but yeah, this should be the most intense bot lane that we've seen so far down here.
Absolutely. I mean, honestly, Gabriel actually taking a lot of damage from Bixis. The Vex definitely playing a much different role than the Orianna did. A lot more available damage in that early game. And I mean, like you're talking about with bot lane, Pot was trying to hide in that bush. They knew something was up because the Caitlyn walking around real good was a little bit too early, I feel like, with coming out of that bush, and they just knew there was a little try. But actually, Gabriel getting caught out does W away, coming back in. Honestly, I think Bixis is going to have to play a lot more aggressive in this lane. It could come back to bite him in the ass, and it's unfortunate if it does, but he's going to need to go into Gabriel and just try and take him out as fast as possible.
Yeah, I agree. And there's a lot of tension here in that mid lane throughout all 3 games so far. I'm sure it will continue into game 3 with Lieutenant Flowers being on the Zac, but now Ziggy could be starting out as he does look to get some vision here. Lieutenant Flowers again in that mid lane.
And I mean, this has been a cookie cutter. It's going to be Zac coming in, flies in, does end up hitting Bixis, but does end up getting the fling down for both of them. W's in, does end up flashing away. Basically, Gabriel does end up going down for first blood to Vex. So that's going to be Gabriel going down for the first blood instead of getting first blood. And Lieutenant Flowers does have to flash away. And that is first blood for TPO since the first time in game 1.
Look at that ping too. Ziggy is not done with Flowers. Leo is back though. Gonna land that QE.
And Ziggy does end up breaking the passive out. He's just gonna let that happen though, and then walk away. That is Zac passive gonna be down for quite a while now. That means he can't make those crazy plays like he has been. And if he does, he has a much better chance of dying than he previously did.
Here's a kind of matchup we've been kind of waiting for here. Indigo is on a fighting style champion against Ultimites, who has been dominating the top lane so far. Indigo has been improving per game though, and I hope that continues up here. It's been a roller coaster for him. Ups and downs from the Poppy game to the Shen game, now on the Wukong. Should be able to fight back a lot easier in this matchup. And I mean, Bix is already having a way better game than last game as well. Able to actually farm and stay in their lane without getting one shot.
And I mean, this could be the changeover that TPO needed. Getting that first blood on Bixis definitely is going to give him a better overall time and also make him have a little more positivity in himself. Because last game was very rough for that entire team, but Bixis just took a lot of that brunt. Orianna being so far behind, having solo CS, but honestly doing a much better job this time with the Vex. The Sunflowers actually, I think, did get seen out by that ward, which is why we do see Ogood and Greed both backing up and staying away from that side of the map.
Yeah, so I mean, look for Ziggy to make plays happen here. Look for that Vi to just be on the map. Make sure that Bixis can keep farming, can stay healthy, can use that Gwen ulti in situations where they need to get ahead. Because the biggest issue that Ziggy's been having is he hasn't had that pace that Flowers has been setting each game in a row here. Ziggy has more emphasis on farming and getting items, but the problem is once you got your CS going, you got your lead going, you got those levels going, your team is so far behind that they can't keep up with you, let alone the pacing of the game. So we just need a little bit more proactiveness out of all sides of the map here for TPO, and with that mid lane already being set even and a little bit more in Gwen's favor, we're gonna have a lot of cool plays happening that we wouldn't see from TPO otherwise. But then Flowers back here in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is just what they need to do. They want to get Gabriel ahead. Vex is going to go down to the LeBlanc, and that's going to be a kill over. That's a 1-to-1. Both mid laners now having a kill, and I think, honestly, you're going to have to play safer than that if you're playing against Gabriel. He's going to go for those very aggressive kills. He's still up in CS. He now has a kill now. Both junglers are sitting on 1 assist. But bot lane, just so much aggression from both sides. I think, honestly, if they focus more attention towards the bot lane, get the Caitlyn ahead, get the Zyra up there, instead of just trying to consistently chase down Gabriel Leo, they might be better off just because he's going to have to try and jump in onto the Caitlyn. If she traps properly, she's going to be able to get him out and get multiple headshots out, and he's going to end up getting blown up by the Caitlyn. But is seeing Vixus and Ziggy does flash in with the Q, is going to try and get Gabriel Leo down, does end up getting away with his W, and is walking away. They do actually have Zac still taking that dragon, and Gabriel actually just kind of just hanging out on the side there. Does end up seeing Ziggy, does juke him a little bit, but the Ashe arrow coming out. And we may see Gabriel Leo go down to either the tower, but Caitlyn's going to get the kill unless Ziggy takes it, and he does. So that is another kill for Gabriel Leo. He is playing way too aggressive, I think, for the champion he's playing and with the amount of health that he had.
I mean, did a good job stalling there for that dragon, though. Zac takes a long time to take those dragons. I don't know if they wanted to have that fight going on either, but I mean, Zac is going to go right from that dragon to the grubs. Here comes Vixus making a play in the mid lane.
Yeah, did actually ulti in, but isn't going to get anything out of it. Does end up having to exhaust from the Nami, which is fine. Exhaust down, so that's one summoner spell down along with the flash. Vix is honestly playing a lot more aggressive than he has been, and it shows that he's a lot more confident on this champion than he has been previously.
I think he's frustrated, and not to put words in their mouth or anything like that, but I would be frustrated. It being quarterfinals, you haven't been able to prove your mid lane capabilities here, but now I think they're on a champion where they can just point and click and take their aggression out on anybody they see. So great job by Vixus so far in this game here. But again, I mean, you're on a no escape champion. There's no ability here besides that kind of fear to stop Zac or Leo just running up on you and taking you out in this mid lane here. So, I mean, Leo has had the pleasure of playing LeBlanc, playing Nico, and playing champions where they can kind of run away from all of the picks that are coming their way.
That is a long shackle there, and I mean, honestly, I think the way that they're playing is they're trying to play for that mid lane, which is smart to go against to try and get Leo down. But I feel like they're actually putting too much emphasis on getting Vixus ahead, versus trying to keep more of the map available. Because I mean, Caitlyn versus Ashe bot lane, it's not really changing out too much. We do actually see Caitlyn building towards what looks like a collector more than likely first, and I think we're gonna see the Yun Tao back in again for the Ashe. Since I think it's the last 2 games they've built it first, and it's worked out really well in their favor.
Yeah, once the item gets built, I don't have to have it hovered over again. I understood because of shielding last game here. We got a big fight going here in the red buff though.
He's getting cut out by Lieutenant Flowers. Does end up going over the wall, but ends up getting taken out almost. Does have the ultimate come down onto LeBlanc, but goes down to the jump in from Lieutenant Flowers. So that is going to be Zac getting a kill. Vixus on the side. We do see Barolo getting taken down very quickly by Vixus. Caitlyn ultimates on Vex taking out the Nami, and that's going to be another Zac passive going down, but this time they are going to get that kill. And this is a much different TPO that we've seen the last 2 games.
Yeah, they are ready to fight. They are taking out their aggression for the last 2 games on this game 3 here. And yeah, sad thing to see there from Gabriel Leo flashing away from that Caitlyn art in their face.
And actually looks like we are going to see the fight between Ultimates and Indigo once again. And Indigo, honestly, just getting taken down by Cassante. Cassante, even though he's been nerfed into a wall, supposedly, he is still insanely strong. He's still the assassin, mage, carry, tank champion that we've all seen and loved for the last couple of years at this point, it feels like. Especially all through Worlds, because he was picked almost every single game, and if he wasn't, he was banned out.
Yeah, I mean, that champion just has so much in its kit. It's so much going on right there. I mean, the Q, the R, the swapping of the damages as well. With that being said, CER is in a position they have not been at all this whole series, and that's behind. I mean, they are looking real lost right now. 9 minutes in. I mean, Ultimites is finally getting a little bit of a lead there in that top lane, which we're used to, but we're not used to seeing CER look kind of lost here in these fights.
And Power Grid decided to flashing away from Lieutenant Flowers. They are trying to get the the catch out on them. We do see Burlo walking around with very talented. Honestly, they've made. I mean, they're still trying to get that tempo up. They're trying to keep the plays being made. But that is going to be 4 people bot lane for the side of TPO, and that is going to be Lieutenant Flowers getting caught out. We may end up seeing the Zac go down to Bixis. Bixis getting another kill again on that Vex, and I think it's going to put him up to, I think, 3 or 4 kills now, already at 10 minutes in.
Doing a great job here. I mean, keep it going, keep forcing it down, and I mean, fight fire with fire in this one. You're making it work out. CR, though, with that being said, they're doing a great job keeping up with objectives. They got that dragon. They got all 3 grubs in that last
they got one of the
there.
grubs. Only got
one of the grubs. Okay. Well, they should be fighting for this next set too. But we do see Vi and Vixis already setting up a little wall of warding and protection as well, if that does happen. I'd be prioritizing the grubs over the dragon at this point in the game here. You've been pushing pretty well. Vixis has been able to get a lot of picks too, and you've been walking with the potential that Lieutenant Flowers has been trying to make. So Zac's been trying to make plays around the map. Indigo as well.
Yeah, Ultimate is going in again onto Indigo. Indigo does end up using the ultimate, does almost get taken down, and does end up having to E away. Does have his flash up still, but actually Ultimate is getting very close to being taken down. Does flash away, and the Vi coming in with a flash Q and does get the kill, and that's going to be another kill over to Vi. 7-3 now in favor of TPO, and they are actually up by over 2k gold now.
And should have the free grubs on top of that as well. Flowers already down there on that dragon to get 2 ahead of that one. But if your team's ahead and they're winning the fights, you can get those dragons later and stack the last part of those dragons too. Should be either an Ocean or a Cloud Drake from the looks of it, with that Infernal Drake being the second Drake of the game here. 3-7, 12 minutes in, 3k gold lead almost for TPO. And again, CER in a position they're not used to here. 1-3-1 on Gabriel, the shining light of this team so far in the last 2 games, and they are behind now and not able to one-shot anybody or make those kind of crazy plays here that we've seen on the Nico or the Yone. Lieutenant Flowers has been throwing their body every which way, but it just has not been working for them. 1-2-1 as well. And then Ultimice getting taken down there, so 1-1 in that top lane here. They don't have the pillars that they've been having the last 3 games right now.
And Ultimate actually looking to possibly get caught out, but Ziggy is going to be walking away. He may actually double back around and go for the Cassante, since they do see Indigo coming in with a Wukong, and they actually are going to go for Ultimice. He's going to be able to W away pretty easily, move away from the Vi, and just keep himself alive. I think a big thing of this is going to be less mid-base for this game for the side of CER. I think they're going to have to worry about more getting the Ashe ahead and keeping them as far ahead as they can, as well as making sure that they have that perfect positioning, because team fights are going to be tough for both sides. You're going to have a lot of people just trying to jump in with Cassante, with the Zac, with the LeBlanc, and then you're going to have, of course, the peel for CER in terms of the Ashe arrow if you need to use it. The Namis will all peel. And then, of course, you have Zyra for the peel. You have all of her plants available. And, of course, Caitlyn's going to be able to just stand as far away as she can and just take those out. We do actually see Lieutenant Flowers almost getting caught out in that mid lane, but Ziggy going back to his chickens, Flowers going for his, and I mean, so far it seems like more of a farm fest, and Gabriel going for the bot lane, trying to get a play, but we do see the wave coming out, does end up missing. Everybody but apparently we feel good, they did end up getting hit by it, and Ultimice trying to pull in the Wukong. Fighting happening on all sides, and this is the thing about CR, is they are trying to keep the tempo up even if they're behind. They're trying to get something, they're trying to get plays made, they're trying to have something happen to where they can actually take an advantage in this game.
Yeah, a couple of things to see going on in the later part of this game right now is I would rather have the Nami later on in the game than the Zyra. Zyra is all damage, not and pick potential, not really peel. Doesn't really help out against the Zac or the Cassante, but it's great for objective and laning phase too. So that's why you're seeing a lot of success here for the Caitlyn. 2 kills down there in that bot lane too. Really picks up the poke potential that Caitlyn really has. Caitlyn isn't really a burst champion, so that Zyra really helps out to bring that damage into killing potential. So we're looking at mid lane again. And the Nami's gonna help out through all stages and definitely take out. It's gonna stop the Vi from running at you. It's gonna stop the Gwen from jumping in on you, and the Wukong as well with that ulti. You see Flowers on the Rift Herald too. So I mean, this team, even though they are behind, CER still knows what they need to get into this late game.
And actually, TPO coming in for the dive on bot lane. I believe you were talking about Vex, not Gwen, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
That actually is going to be Vex coming in with the ultimate. Vixus gets 2 of them hit with it. And that's going to be a dead Ashe as well. That is a 2 for 0 on that bot side. The Herald does end up going over to... actually, Ziggy took 1. The Herald does go over to the side of CER, and that is going to be, honestly, just more gold in the pocket of TPO and just pushing them farther and farther ahead in this third game.
Yeah, you're gonna hear me make mistakes toward this part of the hour. Heat is in sleepy time mode right now, but we have a game to get through right now. So 3-9. I mean, TPO has just been every minute trying to make a play happen, trying to get a kill going on, trying to take an objective, trying to do whatever they need to do to get this done. And I love the Vex engage right there in that bot lane. They get that tower on top of that, and now they can start this kill potential, this kind of squad of just pick after pick after pick. They put the Caitlyn in the mid lane now. They can start forcing CER into a corner. And we don't know how CER plays from behind because we haven't seen that happen yet in this whole series right now. They do have the Rift Herald to make that happen, though, and try and knock out the mid tower and get themselves back, get them some breathing room, too, which is going to need to happen soon. Or maybe even put in that top lane, try and get Sante out of there and get them in the fighting position as well.
And the Hitler is actually getting caught out by the Vi from Ziggy, and actually they do end up not getting anything out of that. He does end up walking away. Honestly, really good wave coming in from Nami. We do have Indigo and Ultimates once again fighting top lane. Oh, and then we're going back to mid lane where we do see the Planet Flowers is about half health. Ultimates and Indigo are still fighting at top side, but we do actually have the Ultimate coming in from both sides. Ultimates does flash in, pulls Indigo back, and he's going to end up trying to get that kill. Does end up watching the flash from Wukong go, and that is going to be him out of there. And that is a lot of thunder spells and a lot of fighting happening in top side again. Ultimates just loves to try and do those 1v1s with Indigo, I feel like. And I feel like it's a back and forth between them because, at least in this game, the Wukong is working for Indigo in terms of the 1v1.
Yeah, but this is the one thing you didn't need out of TPO right now, and that's a weak side, and that's going to be an issue in the later parts of the game here. Unless TPO can force an inhib or just a mid lane tower, a tier 2 here and there, they're going to have to deal with that Cassante or end the game before they have to deal with it, and that's going to be an issue for them. Indigo might have to start building a little bit tankier, maybe a little bit healthier on top of that as well. There's just... Sometimes you need to build for your laning phase. We know that Ultimate's not going to leave that top lane. They've been very, very dominant in the last 2 games here, so they're going to want to keep running that one down and keeping the pressure on top of TPO. With that being said, we haven't seen Indigo leave there as well, so you might want to try and make plays with your team. Use that TP to your advantage. Maybe lane swap this one out. Vex can ulti from that top lane into the mid lane or the jungle as well, so you can probably send that Vex up there to just farm it out. Great wave clear up there as well. The issue with Vex is we're going to see them fall off on damage in about 5 to 10 minutes here.
And we do actually see Ziggy going in for another engage. We do have the clean ones. We got just blow up Nami, and there is Vex coming in once again onto Very Talented. Does end up getting them blown up. Zac going down for that passive. And there is a possibility of a teleport coming in to try and stop the kill. Unfortunately, they do end up going down, and that is going to be Caitlyn getting another kill onto that Zac. Honestly, this is just TPO playing their comp as well as they can and just getting those picks that they need to. And honestly, I feel like it's a lot of miscommunications with CER because they aren't playing it as well as they have, and I feel like it's going to be an issue of if they can't play from behind, this could be a bigger issue going forward into the next 2 games, possible 2 games as well.
Yeah, I mean, we have the Silver Scrapes ready, I heard from our producer here, so definitely have that on standby if CER cannot play from behind. TPO feeling a lot better here after those 2 game losses, and they came here to fight. Seeing some vision coming out from Ashe. Good and Pot Agreed are not in a good position here. The rest of the team looks like they want to back and reset. So they will start those recalls now. Should have a little bit of gold to spend there. Ziggy might be caught out here in the red buff though.
Yeah, and Gabriel Leo trying to go in for another kill. It does end up actually chunking him a little bit, going for more damage. And we do see Barolo also there. Misses the bubble, though, unfortunately. Does get the exhaust down. And that is going to be a shutdown going up to Gabriel Leo. And that could be the start of the end for TPO, where Gabriel is going to be getting that gold and getting that additional items to get him to the one-shot potential. We do see Bix is actually flashing over, getting the fear. Does try and ulti into Gabriel, but does end up missing. The ultimate coming in does WOA, and that's going to be all of the team going out. That's a 1 for 0 coming in from CR. This could, again, be the turnaround that they needed.
And this is the potential of the champ pool that CR has picked out here. it's for pick potentials here, and the best person to pick out right now is either Ziggy or Bixis. These two champions are the engaged. They're the most damage coming out as well. We Good is starting to get some damage off on that Caitlyn with the IE and Collector already completed here. We do see Yuntal and almost a second item here at Ashe, but this bot lane has been completely disregarded here on CER. Here comes Asante with that tier 2 dive of the Rift Herald. Not sure what this play is going to be about. If he can get out of this top lane, it would be a miracle.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think this is just an overstep by Ultimate once again. He does actually take Wukong across the map and is going to get away from the entire team with that. And again, this is the assassin, tank, mage, carry, everything Kazante, who just literally went from the top side into his own jungle. Was like, no, I'm good, I'm out, dude. Don't worry about it.
That's got to be so tilting right here. I mean, dead to rights any other champion but Kazante right now.
And actually, we're going back to the bot lane where we do see Lieutenant Flowers and Gabriel looking for and fishing for Bixis, and they actually may end up getting a kill on him. I did not see that happen in the bot side, but we do see Lieutenant Flowers try and go on to him, does end up pulling him back in. Bixis chunking Gabriel down, missing the shackle, does end up dodging it. Bixis getting blown up, and the shutdown once again to Gabriel Leo. This is what we talked about, is that tempo. They are not stopping no matter what. Even if they're behind, they're like, it's fine. We can just keep making plays, and we'll just keep going farther and farther to get this done. And that is a 3-3-1 LeBlanc now with 2 shutdowns under his belt. He's actually up in gold against Bixis now on that Vex.
And Vex is not a scaling champion. Vex will fall off after 2 or 3 items in the end of this game here. Vex needs a lot of help, though, after what's been going on. Gabriel Leo.
Yeah, Pot of Greed getting chunked down, but the Ashe does go down to Wheel Good, and that is going to be a huge misstep from the Ashe. They did try and get that catch, and we actually do see Gabriel Leo try and go for that Pot of Greed.
Another shutdown.
End up jumping away, does barely make it out with that clone, and that is a 1-for-1 AD carry for the support there.
And with that being said, Gabriel Leo has now brought themselves into contention again for the best mid laner of the series, as they bring themselves from a 0-3 to a 1-3 to a 4-3-1, and 3 items right now at 22 minutes. I mean, if you were not scared of LeBlanc before, you should. This is now the blink and you're gone LeBlanc that we've been waiting for. And CS on top of that, I mean, Vex has a big issue on top of their hands right now because they can also be blown up by this champion. We're going to need Indigo to step up and make some plays happen with TPO to bring in that loss damage that they have right now. And We Good is going to have great positioning.
I will say it's interesting to see Ultimate's actually in the bot lane for the play here without having to be teleported in. He's actually just prepared for it. And Gabriel Leo going for that flank. They do have a ward in that back end there. They do see the ward there. They already know it's there. But Gabriel Leo is playing this so well. He is just waiting in the wings, preparing for this dragon fight, and that is going to be a second ocean dragon, over to TPO. They do get the jump in. Pot of Greed getting so close to being blown up, does flash away, does end up getting taken down by Lieutenant Flowers, but we don't even see the Ashe over here. We do see Caitlyn having to flash away, and that is an almost a Caitlyn. Vixis getting caught out, does go over to Gabriel Leo once again. Wheel does end up taking down the Zac, and actually Wukong taking out Ashe on the back end here, with Barolo trying to help him out. We may end up seeing Indigo taken down by Gabriel if he wasn't about a quarter health. I mean, that is a crazy fight, and that's actually an even fight once again for CER. So they're not losing these fights. They are keeping them as even as possible and going for just keeping it even at this point. And we actually do have the support coming in from Gabriel Leo. We may see another explosion happen here. Does try and go for it. We do actually have Kazante pulling in the Wukong for Indigo. Does end up cloning away. Does end up jumping on Gabriel Leo. Gabriel Leo is going to have to try and W over the wall if he can. He does. Gets away. But we do actually have Ultimate still over there. Goes back in. Does end up getting blown up by Indigo. But does end up actually killing him on the back end of that with the burn. Ultimate having to try and W over the wall. Does end up missing. And does get taken down by Pot of Greed actually taking that kill from the Caitlyn.
I mean, it looked a lot. It looked really cool for CER, but that's a TPO win. They doubled the kills and they got the dragon on top of that. Lieutenant Flowers going down gave the dragon over to TPO. So it's 2-2 dragons. Gold lead still in favor for TPO as they are fighting back right now. We Good staying alive throughout the whole fight. 5-0 on the Caitlyn. I mean, positioning is everything, especially on a Caitlyn with all that range on top of that as well. Gabriel, I know you took out Bixis. I know you took out Pot of Greed as well and did all that damage, but you're going to be looking for that Caitlyn. And add another trophy on your case of shutdowns right now, because Caitlyn has one and it's 500 gold. And you definitely need that on your belt as well for that third item. We do have 2 items out of here. The Ash completed finally here, with the Baron on the map now and the point of attention for TPO. They get the Scuttle, they get the Vision, and Vision is the name of the game right now for champions like the LeBlanc and Bixis as well. You need that Vision to see the angles to get into these fights and make them winning fights for your team. It all comes down to these kind of crunch time minutes between 25 and 35 minutes. Next fight can call the game.
And the Templar is actually getting pushed away from his blue buff, doesn't end up having it taken away. The smite is down for the Senate TPO, so they aren't going to go for that Baron, even though we do see Ultimites on that bot lane pushing it in. Going for that tier 1, we also see Indigo actually possibly getting cut out, but is going to get that first tower down for the top side, and that's going to be 300 gold over to their banks. Ziggy showing into Lieutenant Powers, but doesn't end up having to walk away. And that Gromp getting chunked down, and it's going to be taken down by the Vi. The bubble actually coming in, and that is going to be a dead Pot of Greed. Once again, Gabriel getting the kill. Lieutenant Powers is going to try and use his ultimate, but ends up getting blown up and has his blobs there. We may see the teleport coming in from... Nope, we do not, and that's going to be Bixis taking another kill. Ziggy jumping in. Vex coming in as well onto Gabriel. Ends up getting stunned up, stuck there, and that's going to be a great time to take in the kill onto Bixis. We do see the teleport coming in from the Xante. Pulls both of the tail Indigo down to Ultimice. And that is a 2 for 3 there. Honestly, CER coming back with a vengeance in these fights every single time.
Yeah, I was questioning the TP call right there for not saving Tenant Flowers, but they got the Dragon and they're able to retaliate and get kills on top of that too. The Ash Arrow saving Gabriel's life from the Bixis Vex ult of Doom right there. Great follow-up and protecting your teammates on this one. But we're still in a situation that we haven't been in before, because it's anybody's game right now at 26 minutes. TPO still has a fighting chance, and they're the ones calling these fights out. Leo going in on the Caitlyn, half healthing them, but not enough damage yet out of this champion to really one-shot anybody inside of TPO without the help of some of their friends. And we're just really waiting to see who's going to get this Baron control, and whoever takes this Baron should be able to knock out a tower or two and open up the bases of their enemies here. Whoever gets that base knocked open is going to have the vision control and bait potential here, which CER uses so well. They're so good at using the dark spots of the maps here to surprise TPO, who've just been walking into them, whether it be the Nikio game or the Yone game. That's been really the winning potential for CER, just catching TPO off guard into a fight they weren't expecting.
Yeah, and the vision control is a big portion of that. With Barolo, they've been doing such a good job of sweeping every single bush to make sure. Same with Lieutenant Flowers. They want to make sure that there's enough availability of Gabriel, or even Lieutenant Flowers being able to like just jump in and get a good engage off. Pot of Greed is going for a quick grab for Gabriel. Doesn't end up missing. And I mean, again, Gabriel was previously 0-3. He is now 7-4. Doesn't end up getting cut out by the Vi. Does jump away, and that's going to be safe Gabriel as we need him to be here over on the CR side. I mean, they went from 6-12, I believe, to 17-12 now. So they are doing a great job of coming back, and Indigo trying to fight Ultimites once again. Ziggy just sitting in that bush, waiting in the wings. Does have his ultimate, is going to try and aim for that LeBlanc, but we may end up seeing them miss him if he ends up jumping away and just pulling the Vi into his team to kill her immediately.
Ultimice here in the background, going to start this fight off.
Yep, does jump onto Ziggy, does end up pulling him towards the team, does get hit by a bubble. Ultimate coming in from Ash, does try and go on him, does end up ulting onto the Zac, gets hit by everything. Ziggy just sitting there for so long, still alive, and he ends up going down to the Ash. But Caitlyn taking out the Ash as well. Leo good, another kill, staying on the killing spree, and ends up making it a 1-for-1.
Can we get a push out of TPO here? They don't really have the damage to take Baron too fast, especially with Gabriel Leo on the other end.
He is trying to go for that Caitlyn, but does end up missing and actually ends up almost getting taken out with a couple of shots from that Caitlyn. The damage is just insane when she hasn't died and she has all of those items available to her.
Yeah, so good at just keeping damage down. Just trying to see if Ultimate's gonna get caught out here.
I mean, if he's getting caught out, it's probably for a bait at this point, it feels like. But he actually does end up getting almost taken down, does end up going down to the Wukong ultimate. Lieutenant Flowers actually end up getting caught out and actually making a bad play going in on that, with Caitlyn getting another kill under her belt now.
It was such a back and forth, but now at 30 minutes, TPO has finally put their foot in the ground and said, no, we are taking this game 3, and there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, CER has been trying over and over and over again to force themselves into winning fights, but it just hasn't been working here. We see a stacking Ocean Drake 3 for them on the side of TPO. This red team has been fighting since minute 1 of game 1 here, and now they are working themselves into a reverse sweep. If they can make it happen, it should start with this game 3 right now. We'll hit that scuttle and try and get full vision control and control of this Baron pit here. And they'll actually start this Baron out. But again, it's not a fast Baron for them. They don't really have the consistent damage. All they really have is the Caitlyn on top of that with the Pot of Greed passives here. And Gabriel can find himself into a couple kills.
Yep, Caitlyn trying to get the ultimate down, does end up hitting Ultimice instead. Very talented, getting close to death, but going down, Caitlyn does end up getting the shutdown over to Gabriel Leo once again. Vex and Zyra down to the Cassante of Ultimice. Indigo trying to jump on Very Talented, does end up missing by going down to Gabriel again, and that is Gabriel with a triple kill. We cannot stop him even if he is behind 5k gold in the very beginning.
TPO didn't have the damage. CER has the burst potential that they need right there with the Ashe, with the Nami, the Trouble Bubbles, and Cassante on top of that. They can take this Baron down, especially when they just aced TPO for all of their cookies. They took that and drank the milk and took the Baron Nashor for their team right now. CER, they're showing why they were so dominant in the first 2 games right now. I mean, TPO had so much gold to spend. They went straight to that Baron into a fight. I mean, look at this. It's so one-sided.
And I think, honestly, the biggest issue they have here is that the fact of Ziggy going in onto Barolo, and they didn't save it for either of the carries. So you have Ultimice there just able to do as much damage. Also, the consistent hit of that wave. Talented just sitting on the backside. Gabriel blowing up the Caitlyn, and Zyra's ultimate coming out way too late. Ultimice coming in, getting Pot of Greed, as well as Vix's. They don't stand a chance. The Cassante is too strong. And then Indigo trying to go for Very Talented, while Gabriel is just on the backside destroying the rest of the team, and Indigo gonna get chunked out here as well from Gabriel. Gets hit up by everything, so many stuns, and then of course, triple kill, another shutdown, and that is Gabriel honestly getting everything that he needs to continually carry these games.
Yeah, Wisdom, do you smell that? I smell an MVP going right onto the side of CER with the play of Gabriel Leo. I mean, 10, 4, and 7 started out like 1 and 3 in that laning phase here, and has been working at it throughout their point of this one. So I mean, they've been getting and improving their pick potential throughout each fight that they've been having. They noticed that We Good has been unscathed in every fight that they've had. They were like 7-0 before that Baron fight. Now they're 7-1 because Gabriel sniffed that out and said, hey, you haven't felt the wrath of the LeBlanc yet, so we're going to show you that one in that Baron fight. And now CER is in the potential to end this game out and end up the series with this mid lane shove. They have Gabriel Leo in that bot lane, and they're going to 4-1 this one into victory if they can crack that base open.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a testament for the rest of the teams that are going to go against CER here. Keep Gabriel Leo as low as you can to prevent him from getting to be able to carry games. Even behind as much as he was 0-3 at 1.13, he is now carrying this game from that back end. They are not able to stop him. He has been blowing up every single carry he sees, even including the Indigo on that Wukong, who's pretty tanky overall. We do actually see Ziggy on the backside over here, preparing for a fight, trying to get a good catch out, and Talented is going to be his look there. But actually pulling up on a Greed. Also, Gabriel again taking out Vix's. That is another dead Vex on the map. Turret going down, Ziggy jumping in onto Very Talented, go down to the Caitlyn ultimate. Ultimize pulling in Ziggy and trying to get some damage down. Ultimate coming in from Wukong does end up Wing away. Barolo on the backside, Gabriel on the backside as well. Watching Wukong dance, Caitlyn gets destroyed by LeBlanc. This is what he's done the entire time, is he's just one-shot half of these guys on the field. And I mean, none of you can't do much here, Ziggy can't do much here, and this is going to basically be the LeBlanc show the rest of this game.
Pot of Greed just watched his best friend go down in the bombing right now of Gabriel Leo on the LeBlanc. I mean, Lieutenant Dan, get down. Where's your legs, Lieutenant Dan? That's what Pot of Greed was saying to The fight of CR has just been insane right now. Gabriel's still alive, running away from Indigo. They take down that mid lane tower, and now
They are
Gabriel's running for his
chasing him
life.
down. Gabriel gonna end up walking away from Indigo. The Baron empowered minions are just chunking down Ziggy and Indigo, and he's gonna be able to make it away with no sweat on his head, going, "No, this is fine. I was prepared for this the entire time. It's all calculated as I thought it would be for this game."
Yeah, I mean, honestly though, it's still even. This is the most even game we've seen, even though it's been a back and forth. CER has now finally turned the tides now. 59 gold over to 56k for the side of TPO. Down a dragon, but that doesn't even really matter at this point in the game. I don't think an Ocean Soul is going to even stop the amount of burst potential that Gabriel has on this LeBlanc. Almost a full build at 34 minutes and 230 CS, 233 for the Ashe. Ashe has been kind of behind, but with their build path, it hasn't really been an issue because of the Unitol, the Phantom Dancer, and the Bloodthirster. They've just been kind of there to do consistent damage and stay alive to lay down the slowing and ults there. Cassante has been just a tank, a top lane force that cannot be moved, but will move you into whatever position they want to get you blown up by Gabriel Leo. So we'll see how these fights play out. We do see CR going to give it all for this dragon.
The Zephyr is actually trying to go in onto both Ziggy and Indigo. We do see Gabriel on the backside. He is building defensively now. He has the beads available. He has Zonias now. He is going to stay alive as long as he can to get that damage down, and they're trying to get that scuttle and prepare for that next dragon. They are going to go for that fight at first. It looks like Gabriel trying to get a catch up, but Ziggy coming in, walking into his bush and going, not this time. I don't think so. That dragon is getting chunked down. Lieutenant Flowers is going in hard, gets two of them. Ziggy is the only person that Lieutenant Gabriel can see. Does end up getting away from the ultimate. Indigo trying to jump on everybody. Ultimate's pulling over Ziggy on that Vi. And that's going to be Dragon going back. We do see Indigo taking out the Nami, but that is going to be a dead Wukong for his trouble. And as a top laner for a support, I do not think that is worth it in my opinion.
That is insane that Indigo was able to 1v2 that whole time, but TPO was not able to get anything done here in the middle part of that fight. Dragon still to full health and reset, and the rest of TPO trying to figure out how to take out the rest of
the Vex ultimate misses Gabriel just slightly, so that is Vex ultimate down. Lieutenant Flowers going in once again. Vix is fleeing Gabriel, taking down a half health. He has all of those traps, but he ends up jumping through all of them, kills the Caitlyn with Ultramice, does end up Zoniasing. Fleeing coming on. Zyra taking the kill on LeBlanc, but very talented again on the backside, able to just sit there and deal out damage. Ziggy very close to death. Lieutenant swinging in on a Vixis, but does end up getting away, and that's going to be an easy dragon over for CER, with TPO trying to stop them with Vixis and Ziggy, the only ones left alive right now.
They will start chunking it. Ziggy is still alive, could go for a steal in that mid lane. Does have smite available.
Ultimate is getting very close to being dead here too. It ends up using the shield, does end up almost dying again. Ziggy doesn't get the smite down. We do have something coming in from Indigo. They are going to have to try and run away from that guy, but he is actually going to run away from Lieutenant Flowers, because we do see very talented there with almost full health still, and that is going to be Vixis going down to Lieutenant Flowers. And I think this is the thing is, even without Gabriel Dealer there, Talented is just on that back end, just continually putting out that damage as Ashe, and this is why Ashe is so strong. She's able to sit there in the backline and just continually just smack every single tank that they have. Indigo on the backside was getting hit by, was trying to fight Barolo and Very Talented both, and ended up killing one, but ended up dying for the other one. And I mean, Talented just playing so well with that movement, with being able to just back away from everybody and just keeping the damage going.
The decision making out of that one did not go for Bixis in that last 3v2 fight towards the end of the pit. Instead of chasing for Bixis, who could have one-shot them, they went towards Vi and their team. So, I mean, you could tell you're actually dealing with a very talented AD carry on the side of CER, who knows how to use that spacing and the slowing power of Ashe. And they'll go straight to another Baron, and here comes another fight. Gabriel.
Yeah, and Gabriel getting possibly caught out by Indigo and Ziggy. They're both there waiting. Do we get the smite off? So that's going to be another Baron over to the side of CER, with nothing really happening from TPO trying to stop them. And that, I mean, honestly, CR making that comeback. They are now up kills. They are up by 4,000 gold. This is the first time they've been up this far in this game.
The TPO came out swinging so early in this game, and now they just look defeated. I mean, they're letting Gabriel Leo walk right into them in the middle of 4 members who all have CC abilities, and not one of them sent one thing out to try and stop that. I mean, you take Leo out of the fight, that's half of their damage right there, and then you can try and work that one out into that Baron pit, try and get that fight going. Or if you're not going to do anything about the Baron, try it split pushing, try the 1-3-1, try getting some damage onto some of these towers here. Put some pressure on the CER because all they're doing is making you look silly here in the last part of this game 3 right now. This is your chance to bring it back, your chance to get yourself back into a fighting position in this series, and just kind of letting it go away, slip through your hands right now. Trying to see what Flowers is going to do. Flowers is actually going to decide not to go on top of Ziggy right there. And I think that TPO can try and stay safe with the towers here, even though that mid lane tower is gone for the side of TPO. You should be able to try and get one fight going down here. Gabriel Leo is not there in that mid lane.
And they are actually moving over to Gabriel Leo, but he does have 2 ways of getting away from that. He does have his spell shield. He has his own. Ziggy is on the other side of that wall, and I feel like he knows it. Ends up getting the spell shield broken, tries to knock him up, does end up getting away, and that's going to be Gabriel walking back towards his team with Brixis taking down under half health already from, I'm not exactly sure what ended up hitting him. I think Lieutenant Flowers ended up going on him in that fight, but the minions, it was just the minions. Wow, that's crazy. Those minions are actually OP, so remember that.
Yeah, Baron empowered minions will take down a tower, especially the cannon minions as well. So we're just having a solid push here out of CER. TPO not pulling the trigger on anything like that. Gabriel Leo also looking for his way to get into a pick, but just kind of pushing out that bot lane. Top lane for CER is pushed in way up there. But nothing really too crazy going on. Just some normal shove, trying to break the inhib open, trying to put as much pressure on the TPO as possible here, as they can taste victory on their tongues for CER if they can find the right fight.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing they're looking for is they're trying to get a pick onto Gabriel, and it's not going to work because he's got the spell shield, he's got Zenya still. He's able to jump away twice if he uses his ultimate to mimic his W. And I feel like it's a bunch of like missed opportunities from Ziggy just to not go in on Very Talented, to not go in on the Burrow, to try and at least get like a pick out for the team. Whereas they're trying to keep on Gabriel, and he's just going to keep pushing bot lane because he's able to. They aren't really stopping him. Ultimate getting taken down very low. Flowers also getting taken down low. They are going in for a fight now though, and Ultimate coming in from Ultimate does end up pulling the clone actually. Very Talented staying away. Look at him. Perfect movement away. Zach does end up going down, but LeBlanc taking that bot lane inhibitor turret and is going to walk away now, and that's going to be a person for a turret. I think CER honestly taking the better point of that fight because they ended up getting the turret down, so that is 2 now open inhibitors on the side of CER for their next push to go into.
I mean, that was the best situation you could put yourself into. It was going to be a 50-50 no matter what. Either Gabriel Leo was going to either pick onto you or join that fight or take that bot lane tower, or you were going to have to deal with that 4 members just pushing your tower over and over again. So, I mean, Leo's still here, though, in this bot lane. Hasn't decided to back either. I mean, there's not much to really do against Indigo. Indigo's going to survive that burst, but I guess it will take some pressure off the map, though. It should be a soul point for either team. Can Ziggy hit that smite, though? That's the biggest issue they have going on right now. Leo goes unnoticed here and unbothered, but they're going to try and push this mid lane here for the side of CER and try to end this game out and take 2 inhibs for that Ocean Soul on the side of TPO.
I don't know if this was the best option for them. They did have Ultimate Flowers dead, so it was a pretty easy Ocean Soul to grab. They are going to get both inhibitors down. So it's definitely an interesting play from Gabriel Leo. He just kind of sat there and was like, I'm just going to wait this out as long as I can. And they never went into his bush, which is crazy to me because they had so many opportunities to just walk in there and see him.
Yeah, even Indigo just pathing towards it. Decided to go through the lane.
And Ziggy getting cut out hard, ends up getting the Astro to the face, ends up getting every single piece of CC, does ultimate onto Barillo, but ends up getting pulled back in. The ultimate from Ash coming out doesn't do very much, and Ziggy, so tanky, able to stand there and take as much damage as possible, is going to eventually go down to Ultimize. But honestly, that's a lot of cooldowns wasted on the side of CER to just take down that one Vi who's just so tanky.
This is the weird part to me, though, is TPO seeing Ziggy. They're kind of saying farewell, friend, but the friend is not dying. You're kind of getting ripped apart piece by piece. But there's no damage going on by the side of TPO. I mean, while your friend is getting ripped apart by 5 zombies, I'd at least want you to get a couple taken away from that one. Maybe look for Gabriel Leo in that situation. I mean, with his team not surrounding him, we can't really get away from too much damage. But, I mean, right now, again, TPO just waiting for the inevitable to happen. 4K down. Has an Ocean Soul keeping them alive. Indigo trying to make a play here.
Yeah, and he's not able to do too much with it. He does end up trying to Eon to Lieutenant Flowers and ends up walking away, just ends up jumping out. And that's the big thing again, is like this vision control. There's so much vision for both sides, honestly. 114 vision score for both supports right now, which is insane to me. And then we have 49, 38 for CER, and then you have 67 actually on Bixis with that Vex, with still having the yellow ward available. So those wards are coming in very handy for Bixis and able to see so much more of the map to get him up to that 67.
So here we are, 43 minutes in, kills 26-25. Gold lead basically doesn't even matter anymore at this point in the game, and now we have a Baron fight that could end it all right now. But there's 2 inhibs down for the side of TPO, and there's a lot of pings going down, and 2 TPs ready for CER. They could bait them on this Baron and just TP in the base to try and end this one.
Yeah, and they actually do see them in that bush, which is good usage of that that sweeper. But like you said, like those minions are pushing into the base right now. They are gonna have to have at least one person go back. Indigo trying to make something happen here with this Baron, with Barillo still there. Gabriel is on the side there. It's gonna just do a little poking out, end up hitting the clone instead. It's gonna end up going back to try and stop those minions because they are gonna be pushing into that base and trying to get those towers down. So it's gonna be 2 people going back, actually, it looks like. Or is Indigo still there? Indigo has not gone back yet, but he is going back now, and they're actually just gonna give up Baron, it looks like, to try and save their base. And I mean, honestly, CER playing so well, and that's going to be the first tower still getting taken down, even with Bixis and Indigo both going back to try and stop them.
You can't do both. You can't protect your base and take Baron. You can't team fight and also save your base. You can't push waves and then expect it not to come back into your tower when there's 2 inhibs down. You can't have somebody with TP and not have them split push, and you also can't expect to win a game if you don't just make one deciding decision as a team together. TPO, you got to wake up. You're falling into that trap of tunnel vision and just 45-minute game time lag where you got to just kind of figure it out. What are you going to do? Do it now and make it happen and make it quick.
And they are going to overload that top side with everybody. We do see the Vi and the Wukong coming in from mid lane, but that is too little too late. That tower is down. And I mean, honestly, CR is playing this so well. It is 45 minutes in. We did not expect it to take this long, but they are playing it so well. We do actually see Gabe getting taken out by Indigo immediately, gets caught up by the Zyra ultimate. Indigo getting one hit with his ultimate, does end up getting caught out by Lieutenant Flowers, who is going to try and jump in. We do see right down on the backside, we do actually have Lieutenant Flowers getting close to being taken down, and Indigo is under a quarter health now. So that's going to be a 1-for-0, but that base is getting hammered even more by those minions on that bot side.
You took out the main carry of CER, but at what cost? I mean, you lost an inhib tower, you lost a Nexus turret, and you lost that top lane pressure you had going on. All waves are still pushing right at you, still hitting you right where it hurts right now, and that's that open wound of the mid and bot lane towers here. There's got to be a huge change up in pace right now for TPO, but CER is setting on you right now. Elder Drake could be the deciding factor, but there's no way you can even put yourselves in that position to take the Elder Drake without fixing the problems that you have at hand with these waves pushing into you, with the usage of the vision that's going on. I mean, you have a couple of pinks on the Dragon Pit that is going to be taken away, so you have to fight back into that Dragon Pit to get that vision back. And honestly, could get picked out here. We do see that there's a pink ward on the blue buff of TPO. And right now, we're just looking at CER play that game of chess, play that game of give and take and push and pull. 2 inhibs back up for the side of TPO, so they do have a little bit of breathing room. But this could be the deciding factor with this Elder Drake spawning.
And I mean, that's the big thing. They're doing the 4-1 again. Mid and top lane are pushing in. They are going to possibly go for the Elder Drake, but if they do, they may end up losing that entire base there because CER is not playing games. They are going hard in the paint for this. They almost pull Indigo in, and they're going for that Indigo. They are going for that inhibitor, excuse me, right now. Indigo trying to come back and fight, but getting pushed away by Very Talented. We do have Gabriel still pushing that top side up. They're going for the second inhibitor. Indigo goes in with the ultimate coming in from Caitlyn as well. Vex coming in with the everybody's ultimates are coming out now. Very Talented still walking away, still alive. Vi having the ultimate onto her again, and that's going to be Ash finally getting taken down with, excuse me, Zach going into his blob form and is going to get taken down, but that's going to be one inhibitor down, and that dragon is still up and available.
CER are now repeating the same kind of plays over and over again. It's kind of predictable here for TPO. TPO learning as they go with this one. And the Ocean Drake saving them. Leo going to go for a hero play here and take this top lane. Inhib can get away unless Indigo stops that from happening. Vixis is up here as well, but they will decide not to do anything about it. Indigo will going right back in.
And Bro actually there as well, getting close to being taken down by Mixus, does end up getting the bubble down, does get chunked down to a sliver of health, and gets ultimated in the face and dies. We do see the clone from Gabe coming out. He is going to keep trying to get away. Mixus does have the ultimate. We do see the Eldritch coming out from the red team. And TPO trying to push that advantage now that they are up three people, excuse me, because we do have $10 so dead. They're going to try to make some plays here, but they still have 2 inhibitors down once again, that mid and top down.
TPO might have found their answer to get this game back in their hands right now. They got the Elder Drake. They're going to take down the mid lane tower, and the waves are pushing into their favor again. Bot lane now is at that tower as well. Gabriel Leo will send the LeBlanc down there to take care of that. But the only way I kind of see CER winning this one is if they use that double TP play to kind of take that base over. I don't think there's any vision in that base, so I don't think anybody put down a ward as they're going for that mid or top lane inhib. So with that being said, there's nothing to really work yourselves into that one. I would try and send Leo into there to try and place down a pink or a vision ward on top of that. But right now, you force yourselves into this kind of cheesy end the game plays here because TPO has found themselves back into a confident attitude of their team fight.
And I mean, CER trying to come back from the depths. They are at 50 minutes now into this game. This is a crazy game 3, and this is a good possibility of if TPO wins this, they are able to make it into another game, making it a 4th game. If they end up losing, CER takes a 3-0 victory and moving on to the semifinals. Honestly, Indigo is still topside. They could try and make a play here right now because it is going to be a 4v5 without that TP coming in. And honestly, if Gabriel can get onto somebody small and very squishy, they can be able to get another pick out and make it a 4v5 again, even with a teleport coming in from Indigo.
Leo
Does
taking
get
a huge headshot
down. That is half health. And that's going to be a possible. He does end up actually zonusing it, so he doesn't end up dying. Big Sis gets the ultimate down, does end up killing Gabriel Leo, and that's going to be a possible win for TPO, moving this to a game 4 for us.
They're walking this one down. They weren't ready to get up yet. They are ready for a reverse sweep. It is now in the hands of TPO and the 50-minute mark. It took them a long time to get here, but they made it happen. And now they can kind of taste victory, or at least a little bit of a pat on the back with 1 game win as they take down the supers and dive towards this fight right now.
Yeah, Ziggy actually tried to go in onto the Ash, does end up getting exhausted, but is so tanky. Same with the Indigo, and that's going to be Talon taken down. We do have the Kasante trying to take out Wukong. Indigo going in hard again. We gets pulled back in. Clones up. Double bubble happening, and they're going to just go for that next finish, and that's going to be a game 4. TPO taking game 3.
TPO, we're not ready. We're not done yet. We are ready to keep fighting this one out. CER, you played with victory. You had it in your hands. And then TPO just comes back, snatches it, and takes it right back to them. The ball is in their court now, and they are ready to fight this one out. They're ready to give it all up right now and reverse sweep the series if they can. We will find out with that draft, because I mean their draft looks so much better in this game 4 and this game 3 right now. I mean they actually chose to fight instead of letting CER take everything in front of them. Gabriel Leo fell off a little bit with the pick potential with that full build as well. Maybe he had to go for a little bit more damage or anything like that, but I'm not sure what kind of happened. It felt like both teams kind of fell asleep, and we were waiting to see which team woke up. TPO woke up first, even though their whole base was taken. I was waiting for CER to kind of just run it down mid lane with that 5-man and just hit the towers and end the game, but it never happened.
Yeah, I think if they had tried to go for that bot lane play with the double TPs, they may have been able to finish that game out instead of trying to push it out farther with the Baron. But with that, we are going to move on to game 4 coming up here soon.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Hello, Divinity, and welcome back to Game 4 now of TPO versus CER. TPO coming back in Game 3 to bring it to a Game 4. Are they looking to get a reverse sweep, or will CER be able to pull this off and get a 3-1 victory?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, TPO didn't want to get down without a fight, and I don't blame that out of them at all. It was a back and forth. Both teams threw a couple of times out of that one. CER had a clear path to victory, and TPO took it out of their hands and did it unwillingly from CER. So we'll see what this draft is going to be like as we head over to it right now and see if CER is going to be able to put Gabriel Leo into a winning position champion again, or if they're going to pull out a whole different playstyle. TPO, though, the fighting champions are the better way to go here, as we've seen in that Game 3. And draft should be pulled up in just a second here. Sorry about that, guys. With that being said, same bands I would predict coming out. I don't think they really care about LeBlanc or the Nico or the Yone on the side of TPO, as we've seen from the last 4 games in the draft here. CER, though, could care about that Wukong, and they could care about the Caitlyn as well.
And actually, it looks like TPO is going to be taking blue side. Is going to be getting over to blue side via CR. Is going to be taking red side once again, where they did win on Game 1. We see the Vigor. We actually see a Zac ban coming out, so they actually are going to get rid of that jungler from CR this time. He has been a huge nuisance in the last couple of games, and honestly, I think it's a smart move to get rid of him. Jarvan, of course, coming out again. Lucent Flowers is not letting Jarvan be played by himself or anyone else in this game, and has been a consistency in these 4 games so far.
Yeah, I'm wondering if TPO might first pick that Ashe and kind of take that away from that bot lane of CER that's been so consistent there with it. Caitlyn will be banned out for the last ban for CER. TPO going to be looking to grab up their first pick in a second here. And we'll see what they choose to reverse sweep themselves with. Skarner has not been seen in the game yet. That is a champion that just... We talked about tempo, we talked about picks, we talked about where to start these fights at. Skarner does all of that for you and does it in a very incredible manner. Seraphine is in the champion we haven't seen yet at all. We have a whole new set of faces here in this Game 4.
Absolutely. The Skarner and the Seraphine have both been banned out by each team consistently up until this point. And actually, it looks like the CER is going to be taking that Wukong away from TPO, so Indigo doesn't get to play it, but I'm guessing Ultimize is going to be playing it this game. The Seraphine's super strong, again, like in the AD carry, the mid role, could play support as well. Just depends on how you want to have her in. Zax, for some reason, is showing up in the list here. I'm not sure if that's correct or not.
So we do have the Skarner, Wukong, Seraphine. We'll see what Bixus wants to decide to play. And that'll be a Blitzcrank hooked out of here. TPO is finally coming out with the vengeance now and swinging. Swain will be the Zac in that second pick for TPO. So Swain, Blitzcrank could be a possibility, or Swain in that mid lane for Bixus, which could be a very consistent mid laner for TPO. And Leo should be playing that Silas. Seems like a kind of champion they'd want to play.
I think they actually are expecting it to be Leo Good playing that Swain, so they're going to be banning out the Smolder that we saw in Game 1, which, and then the Aatrox coming out. So I mean, I feel like they're thinking that it's going to be Lieutenant Flowers on the Wukong and not Ultimize playing it, because they're banning out the Aatrox. They don't want to see it. The Corki coming out from the side of CER, so they're trying to get rid of those mid lane champions that are super strong. Corki, of course, super well done in this current patch. He is actually a great AD carry as well as a mid right now. And then Urgot coming out actually as a ban as well, which is very interesting to see.
There's a lot of stuff up in the air right now. TPO looking like they don't want another 50-minute game. They want to end this stuff early, which is why you would pull out a Skarner, why you'd pull out a Blitzcrank. And CER looking like they want to team fight their way into this Game 4 as well with that Leona. I like the setup. Wukong, Leona, Seraphine to back you up as well. Leo on that Silas. We good. Gonna hover the Malzahar and pick that one in for the mid lane of Bixus. Malzahar, we haven't seen it all. I guess because of the Silas, it's a good kind of counter pick there. I guess just shoving waves and trying to get a pick down. And the orange should be a solid pick there for Indigo on that top lane.
Yeah, so that's going to be a jungle Skarner then, which means it's going to be the Swain Blitzcrank bot lane against the Leona. And we have yet to see if this is going to be an AP carry Seraphine in that bot lane. What it looks like it's going to be, and that's going to be a Mundo top lane. So actually, it's going to be Flowers on the Wukong. with Silas mid for Gabriel Leo. Silas honestly super strong, especially with these ultimates. The Orin ultimate's gonna be great. Having that Mouse ultimate to just stop the Swain in his tracks is gonna be phenomenal. But again, neither of these sides really has too many squishy players, minus the Seraphine and the Malzahar really. Those are the two I think squishiest champions you're gonna see in this entire game, because Swain's gonna be inherently tanky. Blitz, Skarner, and Ornn are just gonna build tank, and then you have Mundo, Wukong, and Silas, who are all gonna be super tanks as well. So it is actually gonna be AP carry versus AP carry in this bot lane. Very talented playing the Seraphine into the Swain that we saw in game 1 from Real Good. But the different support this time, no Tom Kent, we're getting the Blitz crank out.
Wisdom, I'd hate to say it, but I do hear Silver Scrapes playing in the background already. I might be calling a little bit too soon, but TPO looking like they want to come out swinging in this game 4 as they pick up a huge early fight comp right now, a huge pick comp as well. CER, though, they do have the healing and the potential to turn this one around, and with the Wukong Silas combo that the mid lane of CER in the jungle kind of cohesion of CER like to play, they should have an easy time picking off that Malzahar, even if they have that level 6 to kind of defend themselves. Skarner shouldn't be able to deal with that as well. And here we see the classic Blitzcrank invade from TPO.
And both sides are actually preparing for this. CER, obviously, I mean, they have that word down. They know where they're at. They're prepared for this. And actually, chat brought up a good point. Where is the 80 damage for TPO? Because we're not really seeing it. We do see that they have Skarner, they have Ornn, they have a lot of inherent takedness, they have a lot of AP damage. And actually, CR just walking around them. That Blitzcrank actually could get caught out, so could Ziggy or Bixis. And actually, Barolo is going on to Ziggy. Ziggy getting caught out very early, and that's going to be the first blood over to Gabriel. They wanted to see this as much as possible. That is Silas taking the first blood and just giving them that advantage early again.
That is, I'm speechless off of that one.
What a way to start the game, man.
That is what happens when you just played a 50-minute game and you don't know. You get stuck in these like.
Our producer's currently dying. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
he's currently dying in the back over here.
Yeah.
No, but we can. It's very fun to watch.
So, with that being said, that's what happens when a 50-minute game, you just got done with that. You get stuck in these kind of mindless, we got to restart League of Legends to play this game all over again. Ziggy, obviously, having a little of fatigue after that game and didn't realize that his team kind of left him, and he was solo to get killed right there. Because we did see them walk in that other circle there. Bix is taking a lot of damage in that mid lane. And this is going to be the lane to watch here for CER. Silas should be that main carry. Mundo is just going to be kind of annoying for the rest of the game. And very talented. And Barolo.
Ooh, and talented actually getting pulled in. Does get chunked down very easily. Isn't going to flash, though. Does have the Ignite come out from the Blitzcrank. Is just going to walk away. Does have the barrier up if they needed it, but they didn't. And, I mean, honestly, Gabriel's not letting this go to chance this time. He is trying to get as many kills as he can as fast as possible to just destroy him. Does end up getting the flash out for the Malzahar. Does eat away and gets the level up and just barely survives the onslaught of the Malzahar.
See Indigo beating up on Mundo up there. Mundo, unfortunately, does use health for their abilities there, so Indigo should have an easy time chunking them down pre-6. With that being said, I don't really understand the Leona pick with the Seraphine. I was wondering, Wisdom, if you had some more wisdom to lay down on us on why this is a good combo in the bot lane.
So I think the biggest thing that you're looking at with this is it's just going to be the layers of CC. So you have the Leona ultimate coming in, and then you can layer that with the Seraphine and just pull everybody in, or you can pull everybody in with the Seraphine ultimate first and then hit them with that Leona ultimate and just get a full 5-man stun up, and then just have the rest of your team go wild, because Wukong's able to win with his as well. And it's just going to be wombo after wombo after wombo, with Mundo just kind of sitting there and just tanking as much as possible. And then, of course, Silas is going to be that super carry, just there to do as much damage as possible and to prevent them from being able to live any longer than maybe 0.5 seconds. But Flowers and Ziggy actually looking at each other. The smite coming out from Lieutenant Flowers, so he ends up getting... No, actually, no, it was Ziggy that actually got the scuttle. And he does walk away. We do see Barolo walking around as well with that Leona. Very even game still, even with that first blood going over to Gabriel Leo. And honestly, I wonder how the Malzahar is going to play throughout the rest of this game, since he is more of a scaling pick as well. Again, he's able to lock down one person, but a good teammate is going to keep him alive, keep the person alive, and prevent him from doing any more by CCing him down and preventing that ultimate from going any farther than just a couple seconds.
Yeah, I think the Malzahar is there strictly for the Blitzcrank, just like the Leona and Seraphine are strictly there for the team fighting and out of laning phase here. It's gonna be a long laning phase there for Very Talented and the Barolo Leona, as We Good and Pot of Greed have been waiting to have a bot lane stomp like this. So game 4 is their time to shine, but Leo hasn't stopped shining. He is the shiniest mirror gold, anything you want to put out there. Leo has been that kind of anchor for CER throughout 4 games right now. Has been non-stop. Huge fight in the bot lane though.
And actually, yeah, Leo Good is getting caught out by the Seraphine, by the Leona. Does end up getting the flash. The Q gets pulled in by the Blitzcrank, but Seraphine getting the kill. Blitzcrank does take the call on the Seraphine, and that is going to be Barolo trying to get the kill on Pot of Greed, but does not work. And that is a 1-for-1. Sway not getting the kill, goes 0-1. And actually, Malzahar had to go back right after he came back in the lane with that teleport. So he ended up getting chunked down hard enough. He had to go back to base again in the 30-second period.
We see that breakdown going on.
Yeah, so we actually do see Leona going in on the Blitzcrank first. The pull coming in from Blitz onto Seraphine doesn't have enough damage to choke him down. Pot of Greed getting very low. Actually, the Leona trying to kill him first does end up living, and then of course Good getting caught out once again, has to flash away, gets caught out by another Elena E, and then Pot of Greed getting the kill onto the Seraphine, taking that back, so making it a 1-for-1. Honestly, the Swain needs to get those kills though to get that gold to continually push forward and get that scaling started, because he's gonna have to try and be that second carry, yeah. And then
yeah, I mean, you could tell that the cooldown difference here is going to be the difference maker for Very Talented against that Swain until Swain gets level 6 and the healing. Gabriel and Bixis is pretty even, but the problem with Bixis is that he doesn't have enough mana to keep spamming the abilities, has to continuously go back, push the wave, come back, push the wave, come back, which is going to leave Leo in a huge XP advantage here. It's still level 5 though, but I mean, the more backs you're doing this early in the game, the more you're going to be behind in the XP with that amount. But I mean, Malzahar is never going to leave that lane. Leo should look to make plays happen elsewhere later on in this laning phase here. You're going to see that first dragon started here by Flowers and Barolo for CER. This is their favorite kind of play to make happen. And they like to fight for the grubs after they take that dragon. We don't see, yeah, Skarner's going to be in that top side, waiting for the grubs to spawn with Malzahar, with the backup for that. I mean, we just have another standard start for both teams here. This is what we like to see out of them, and they're going to continue to fight this one out for the next remainder of Game 4.
And Pot of Greed almost getting the hook on to Lieutenant Flowers, but ends up missing, and that's going to be the first dragon going over to CR with an Infernal Drake coming up next. And we actually are going to have a lot of these people. And Pot of Greed actually waiting in that mid lane for Gabe to come back into lane. I'm actually going to walk into it and get prepared for that first set of grubs. With Leona actually coming down from base as well. I'm not sure what's going on with the camera currently. I wonder if it's just kind of stuck a little bit. But we do actually have the grub fight coming up soon, and actually Ultimate and Indigo once again just constantly fighting back and forth. Pot of Greed and Ziggy actually starting this set of grubs at first, but we do actually have Leo. I don't think they're actually just gonna give it. They're actually not trying to fight for it, and that first set of grubs is gonna go over to the side of TPO.
Huge blitzcrank hook in that mid lane.
He actually ended up catching the clone out, so he didn't actually get anything out of that. Okay. Unfortunate for him.
I thought we had a huge fight going down. You can see grubs taking all 3 by the Skarner right there. So TPO sitting in a standard situation again, gonna trade that dragon for the grubs. And with their team comp, I do like the grubs decision more than the dragon stacking because of that Malzahar, because of the Swain and the Ornus. They're all great push potentials here. Mite's not having a good time up here against Indigo for once in this whole series.
I would say twice. I think last game was pretty bad for him too. The Wukong went very well. He's gonna have to ulti. The Ornn missed the ultimate though, so he doesn't end up getting the knockup. Does end up getting pulled back. Suppression in. Ultimate flashes away. We do see Lieutenant Flowers up there. He's not gonna be able to come over and help him out though. Ultimate's trying to get away. Does get sent up, and Ziggy taking the kill. Blitzcrank once again pulling in the Seraphine, and then Swain doing the same. It's a double pull. We do actually see Swain popping the ultimate. Leona going in hard onto the Swain. Seraphine having to just try and stay back as far as possible because she cannot fight it right now. She doesn't have the mana. And Barolo almost going down. Pot of Greed and Wheel Good not able to take out Very Talented or Barolo. And Gabriel coming in, gets the Blitzcrank ultimate. almost W's in, does get pulled in actually.
Oh no.
And he's going to end up going down to Wheel Good with that tower, and the flash, unfortunately, is wasted. We do see Lieutenant Flowers coming in from that jungle as well. And just a consistent fight here in this bot lane. We did talk about having to have him come down and try and get some kills. Unfortunately, he ends up dying instead.
And Vixus gets right back to where they left off, pushing that mid lane tower, getting a plate, and keeping even with that Silas. Only down 5 CS, should be even in levels right now. Yep, 7-7. We do see that there's a huge gold lead going on for the Swain, 2 kills to 1, and 21 CS above that Seraphine. I'm not sure what the game plan is going to be here for CER, but whatever it is, they're falling short of it until they hit the later parts of this game. I mean, I guess their team fight is going to be a little bit better compared to their laning phase right now, but on all sides of the map, they are losing what little advantage they should be having with the champ pool that they picked with that Silas. Shout out Pro Comps as well, and their fight going down.
Yeah, Wheel Good and Pot of Greed actually getting caught out by the side of CER. So we do see Pot of Greed actually running away. So Wheel Good does end up getting caught out by Seraphine, and very talented taking that kill, making him 2-1 now. And Indigo trying to keep Ultimize from taking that tower damage down. And Ultimize just trying to keep those clears going. We do have the flash coming out from Vixus, so that's going to be Malzahar staying safe. Blitz hooks are doing really well, though. They've been pulling in Seraphine consistently. Unfortunately, with the Leona there from Burlo, not able to make too many plays happening from it.
Yeah, it's just not a Pot of Greedy. No, you don't get to see too much often. Great Thresh player, great Pike player, and a great Blitzcrank player. Anything with a hook, Pot of Greed is going to keep sending them, and pretty accurately too. I mean, he's at least 80% right now from the box right there. So look for that to continue to happen. Look for him to make plays when laning phase is over with and towers are gone. Look for them to do a lot of invades as well, and Swain being able to live through a lot of that. Ziggy going in.
Yeah, Gabriel actually getting caught out by Ziggy. We do actually see the ultimate coming in, hitting both Seraphine. I'm sorry, not Seraphine, but the Wukong and the Silas. Pot of Greed trying to bring him to the Shadow Realm, does not end up getting the hook. The suppression hits the clone. Lieutenant Flowers does end up dying to Ziggy. 300 gold going over. We do actually see Gabriel getting the kill on a Pot of Greed, but Swain ultimate working on both of them. He's going to try and make it away. Unfortunately, he doesn't end up going down to Wheel Good, and that is going to be a Burlo flashing over the Dragon Pit and having to get away. That is a 2-for-1, with only Pot of Greed dying on the side of TPO, and CER currently still behind by about 3k gold currently.
TPO has taken the game plan at CER and flipped it on its head. CER loves to fight early, but they have a Seraphine and a Leona. Gabriel, Leo doing their job like always on that Silas and the Wukong. I mean, they're not keeping up with the amount of damage and output and potential that Garner, Malzahar, Swain, and Blitzcrank have. The opening potential of Ziggy with that Skarner of just E into a wall, grabbing 3 or 4 people at a time, and just putting them into a corner with that Swain is disgusting in that last fight right there. So, I mean, this is looking like a uphill battle for CER. And as we noticed, they're not too good at playing from behind, but they are good at making the best out of what is given to them and making picks happen. So,
and actually, Pot of Greed once again getting caught out by Barolo on the Leona, and that's going to be a dead Pot of Greed heading over to the Leona, taking the kill. And that's going to be an easy dragon for the side of CER, giving them their second. Honestly, Pot of Greed once again having the issues of he's walking through the entirety of their the river and the jungle, and he's trying to ward, but he's only doing it by himself consistently. Which is going to cause him so many issues, especially going into the future, where he's going to have to try and just stay alive as much as possible, because if he's not there to be at that pole, they're not going to be able to get their picks off, and it's going to be a lot more issues of trying to team fight a team fight comp that you will not win.
Yeah, they have more range than TPO again, as we've seen from that game 1 with the Swain against the Ashe and everything like that too. So here's another fight.
And actually, the Skarner ultimate coming out from both sides, from Gabriel and from the Skarner, but there's the Skarner ultimate coming in, bringing in Lieutenant Flowers and Gabriel. Then it does end up going down. Pot of Greed so close to being dead. Gonna make it out. Lieutenant Flowers trying to get the kill, but ends up dying. Suppression happening on Gabriel. He is going to E away. Seraphine, very talented, is going to have to walk away as well. And that's going to be an easy grab on to Lieutenant Flowers and Barolo for the side of TPO, bring them up to 7-5 now.
Leo trying to get out of here. Can heal up on the Swain. We good. Trying to pull him down. Gonna land that E. There goes Skarner. Locking them in the wall. Leo now still running for their life. Getting smited down by the Skarner. Gonna heal up again. The W going off. E. combo onto almost be good, but he is still alive, but Leo is not. Ziggy get him another kill on top of that Skarner. And we're just having an all-out slaughter right now for TPO. Can they continue it, though, into later parts of this game right now? Already have that 5K gold lead, and they are just shoving towers over and over again.
And Barillo actually going in onto Vixis again, trying to get the kill on the Malzahar. They are looking for the stun. They get it, but Potagreed is there to try and keep him alive. He does end up ulting. We do actually have Leona going back in on a Potagreed. Barillo getting way too far, getting kind of thirsty for that kill, and leaving Very Talented by himself to die to the Skarner so close, but thankfully Lieutenant Flowers is there to help save him. Does get the barrier down, and that's going to be Leona dying, with Vixis almost dead. Leona honestly getting a little bit too much television on that Malzahar kill and just leaving the Seraphine behind and then dying themselves.
Yeah, Vixis with the happy feet. They've been dodging stuff for the last 4 games, so I'm glad they are warmed up and ready to dodge these Leona E's and Q's flying from every which way, and they will keep themselves on the map 1-0 for the Malzahar, which has been facing a lot of aggression. So for them to be 1-0 on this champion is been a shining light for them as well. 4-1 for the Skarner, 3-2 for the Swain, 1-2 for the Blitzcrank, and you can see that they learned from that first game with the Swain and the Tom Kench combo. Having more engage and having more lockdown with that Swain is a lot easier than trying to just run at them and then keep them into your circle.
Absolutely. So this is going to be the first, I believe, Herald actually going over to the side of TPO, maybe the second. But they've been doing a really good job of keeping these objectives. They got all 6 scrubs. They have a tower down already in that mid lane. They've got the Herald. They haven't gotten any of the dragons, but they haven't really been worried about it. It is going to be a mountain soul, though. So they may want to try and start pushing for those, because that's going to be a huge shield happening once you get that. If you're able to stack all of them together, which you would have the chance to try and do 4 of them.
Gonna see another dive onto the top lane as well as they chase down that Mundo towards his own tower.
Yeah, but Mundo's super tank. He does end up flashing over the Skarner and is able to get away. But that is going to be a lot of people top lane. We have the Skarner, we have Indigo on that Ornn, and we also have Potagreed on Blitzcrank. Gabe trying to bait the Malzahar in. We do actually see the Herald coming in, taking that first tower down from Potagreed. And it looks like it's going to be a dive onto this bot lane with Vixis as well. We do have Lieutenant Flowers coming in. Gabriel's trying to get some damage down. The TP coming in from Swain. Vixis ended up going down to the Sylas. Sylas ended up getting taken out by the Malzahar, and that's going to be Ornn coming in as well. Tries to ulti out. Gets nobody for them. Lieutenant Flowers walking away very slowly, not since he got slowed. We do actually see Skarner backing there, and Mundo trying to push the top lane. That's going to be a 1-for-1 in that bot lane dive, which isn't terrible, but it's not great for the side of CER.
Yeah, I've never. There's a couple of rules in League of Legends. Don't chase Swain. Another one is don't dive a Malzahar that can ult you under the tower and stay alive and flash away too. So you're gonna lose that 1-for-1. Not really in their favor for CER, but you got to make something out of nothing right there. So I guess you made that happen. As it was going on though, you did force the TP out of Indigo, but TPO did grab that top lane tower with the Rotero play, and now we have the 3rd Drake of the game spawning here. CER did lose to an Elder Drake play, so you can see why they're stacking dragons this game to try and learn from their mistakes in this one. We'll be scaling as well, so I mean, as much time as they can buy out, they can keep their dreams alive of ending the series out, which they were not able to do last game. So TPO, I mean, they are the pace is so much different this game. We went from 50 minutes of just nonstop action and fighting to now we are 16 minutes in and we have a lot more going on than before. Then have a consolation prize there for Potagreed.
Yep, the starter gets the Gromp. That's gonna be a nice little 100 gold for him. Honestly, the amount of pressure that TPO's been putting in is very good for them. They've been doing a much better job this game of keeping that tempo up. And they're actually preventing CR from doing anything tempo-wise as well, because Gabe hasn't been able to do too much this game. Ultimice has been pretty much just non-existent, minus just trying to get some kills top lane, where he's been pushing the tower in. We do see Lieutenant Flowers down here with Gabe trying to get that bot lane tower pushed in, and there's going to be a dragon over to the side of TPO with the Seraphine and Leona pushing in that mid lane.
That's been the biggest shutdown right now is Lieutenant Flowers. Not able to farm and hasn't been able to make plays in that mid lane or bot or top. I mean, there's nothing they can really do about anything right now.
And Seraphine getting pulled in and suppressed, and that's going to be Malzahar getting the kill within 2 seconds, it looks like. Potagreed just doing a great job of getting those hooks in and just making sure that the Shadow Realm is happy and healthy with these kills.
Yeah, you gotta. You got me
Yeah,
right there in my head. You gotta feed that
I
spaghetti
had
monster. You
to.
gotta make sure they're happy and healthy for sure. Gonna see that Wukong is the next one on the chopping block. We'll take the clone though. But TPO know that they gotta end this one early and end it quickly before CER figures out what they can do against the amount of just pressure that Pot of Greed has been giving on the map right now. The amount of staying alive and consistent damage that We Good is doing on the Swain. The added damage and pushing but prowess of Abixis on that Malzahar, and Ziggy and Indigo have just been playing their parts right now. Indigo gonna have to hit that one hammer once or twice in this game, but that should be nothing compared to what's coming after TPO.
Yeah, Potter actually missed that that hook that time. Does have Listener Flowers going in, but ends up dying, though the Seraphine does end up taking out the Blitzcrank. Potter is down. Bertont does flash away. We actually do have Swin ultimately coming in from both sides. Leo Good and Gabe. But the Skarner getting taken out very quickly. Seraphine getting that kill, and Swain actually getting taken down, heading over to Seraphine again. Is that going to be a triple kill or a double kill? I'm not sure which one it was. At least a double kill there for the Seraphine, and that's going to be a 1 for 2 there, which is insanely good for CR because they ended up actually getting caught out in that first fight, and they just ended up coming back really hard in it with honestly a lot of good plays and a lot of good movement from all the team.
If there was any visual to show how this whole series has been, it was that one right there. Um, it's just a flip flop. Every single 5 minutes, another team is ahead, and then it flip flops again, and then it flops over again. Game 1 and 2 are for CER, and maybe 3 and 4 for TPO.
Yeah, and Gabe getting chased down by Indigo. Ornn is just trying to slap him with that stick. Does get the slow. He does eat away. Indigo is just trying to keep him at bay, and that tower is very close to going down. But we do see Pedigree trying to get that cheeky hook once again in that bot side. Almost hits him, takes some tower shots instead, and just walks away empty-handed and sad.
I like the effort though. Keep it going. Keep that Q finger hot. Keep it broken in too. But here's the downfall of Pot of Greed, just getting caught out over and over again.
Yeah, Barolo, I'm not sure what that was about there. Pot of Greed just running away with the overdrive and then ends up slowing down very quickly, but does get away with just a little bit of damage to his health and a little bit of damage to his ego.
All right, so we are 20 minutes in. No top lane towers remaining.
Bro, once again going in on the Pot of Greed. The Blitzcrank knocking up the Leona. The Swain E pulling in 3 people, but Pot of Greed gets pink screened, and that is going to be Seraphine taking the Blitzcrank down very quickly. Swain ultimately comes out, doesn't end up getting killed down, but ends up actually getting caught out fairly quickly. We do actually have a huge team fight happening here, and Window isn't even in the fight yet, but the Ornn ultimately coming in ends up actually hitting it, but ends up only hitting Beloro. Oh my gosh, I don't think he might. Swain takes out the Seraphine. Flowers has to run away. Silas is taken down by the Malzahar. Barolo gets taken down by Skarner. Mundo chasing down We Oh Good and doesn't end up getting the kill, but may end up taking his own. He ends up flashing away, does actually end up living with that flash and ultimate, and of course, Lieutenant Flowers walking away very quickly with his clone, taking damage and the CC for him, leaving it as a 2 for 3 there on the side of TPO.
It's a CER slaughter. TPO taking out all their aggressions of the past series of this whole Divinity League right now onto CER, taking out all their woes in the past 3 games as well on top of them, as they are just making their name be known right now, shouting it out from the tops of the mountain, saying, I am TPO and I am here to win this series. If they can make it happen, we've seen these teams fall apart on both ends here with Baron and Elder Drake plays. Baron is finally now on the map right now, and we are 3 Drakes into having somebody get a soul going on. If I had to bet, I'd guess it'd be TPO coming back and grabbing 3 Drakes to reset the counter here. That being said, Ultimice on this Mundo getting pretty tanky and doing some damage, staying alive in a lot of these fights as well. You can see them fighting back at Indigo. Indigo is not having it though.
Yeah, Indigo actually super tanky as well, and honestly doing a lot more damage than Ultimice I think thinks he's able to do, but Ultimice is just basically trying to be a nuisance at this point in that top lane to prevent the Ornn from doing too much. And I mean, honestly, the issue you have is though if Mundo tries to go for a teleport, he's going to be able to get knocked up and have some issues. there's not really a way for Mundo to stop the Ornn from teleporting without just trying to do damage and just go down. We do see the teleport coming in from Ornn coming out. Skarner catching out Lieutenant Flowers and ends up going over to Leo Good. Ornn coming in, the ultimate coming in from Seraphine, gets 3 people. The stun coming out from Leona, and we actually do see a suppression happening from Skarner. That's going to be a dead Leona. Ornn getting very chunked down. Gabriel having the flash away with that Swain ultimate. Mundo gets taken down by Pot of Greed with the damage. Gabriel going in hard, but ends up getting a little bit too cocky again and gets down to Bixis, and that leaves just very talented alive. A 4 for 0, actually, with Pot of Greed just barely surviving on just a sliver of health.
I was waiting for a Blitzcrank icon to pop up from the Dragon right there. As Dragon was at about 10 or 15 health, and Pot of Greed was not able to hit that landing blow, but to hit the landing blow onto Barolo and grabbed another one under his belt. We're looking at 0-0 and 8 right now for the Ornn, 5-2 and 8 for the Skarner, 6-1 and 5 on the Malzahar, 5-4 and 10 on Swain, 3-4 and 8 for the Blitzcrank. It's about time we've seen our boy Big Sis shine here on the TPO side. Malzahar has been a great staple right now in this team comp, has been able to stay alive through all of the aggression and pick comp of CER. CER can't really find their footing in this one though, and honestly with their team comp right now, they have no identity on this part of Seraphine is there for the ulti and there for consistent damage. Leona's there for engage, but hasn't really been able to deal with the Pot of Greed Blitzcrank hooks. Gabriel Leo is not being able to take down more than one member or so throughout each fight. Lieutenant Flowers has been able to get in there, but not stay alive long enough to make anything really happen. Wukong, not the tankiest champion. Should be able to be more of a bruiser here later on in the game if they can get some gold under their belt. Ultimites, though, should be able to start chasing people down, and the Heartsteel should be doing tons of damage there on those stacks that are at 247 so far. Right now, you're seeing a typical after laning phase 1-3-1 split pushing Indigo and Ultimites are on opposite sides now, though. Malzahar has so much farm, 183 Indigo as 214 to 242 on the Mundo. And right now we're in the time period of when these teams start falling apart. So TPO is in the lead right now, and they're trying to keep it that way.
Yeah, and actually Gabe getting cut out by the Ornn ultimate into the E. We do actually have Barolo coming up here, getting the stun down, but Skarner coming in as well. We also see Swain on the sideline over here, but he is on a ward, so it is actually going to be a 4v3 up here, because we do actually have Blitzcrank walking up, Pot of Greed trying to get another hook down, but he may end up actually only grabbing Barolo or Lieutenant Flowers, which I don't think is his best option. He's just going to get that wave, the ward's cleared out, as Malzahar just sits bot lane and just gets all of that money and gold and experience from that wave. As Mundo's trying to push it in and just keep him busy as much as possible. And another clone grab. I think he's 4 for 4 on the clone grab so far, if I'm not mistaken.
Best stat of the night right now. Great job by Flowers to try and keep himself alive. Pot of Greed, though, has been sniping these hooks. Grabbing some very easy targets, though. Looking for very talented a lot as well. Leo has actually been bursted down by the hooks as well. Right now, if CER can keep their mid tower alive and hopefully stop this Baron, should be able to stay in the game though. But once that Baron's gone, TPO breaks that base open, all hope is lost for CER.
Yeah, and the Baron actually getting started up by TPO. Again, they don't have a lot of damage to take this out, so it's going to take them quite a while, especially without having Malzahar there with the burn and the minions and everything. But we do see the ornaments already coming out. Leandri's coming in, getting upgraded for the Malzahar so far. And this actually could be an all-out 5v5 team fight. We do see Mundo teleporting in finally. Lieutenant Flowers trying to go in. The ultimate for Seraphine grabbing 3 of them, along with the stun in from Leona. Very talented, taking out Pot of Greed off the bat. We do see Lieutenant Flowers going down to Real Good, and Indigo taking out Valoro. But with Gabe taking out Vixis, we may actually see a comeback from the side of CER. We do see Gabe take out Ornn. That is going to be their main take along with the Mundo. We do actually have Mundo and Gabe, the only ones left. We do see Swain and Skarner here. Both Swain ultimates are going off at the same time. But the thing with Gabe is he's just so tanky. He's able to heal consistently. And that is a 4 for 3 on the side of CER. They came back. They got another good fight at Baron. And they are showing why they still want to win this game.
That might have been the longest fight I've seen in the series right now. The tank meta is strong in this champ pool. Both comps having some tanky members on their team, and Baron might have been the MVP for CER in that one. Did a lot of damage to TPO, and Ultimice will get another tower, another belt, and you will have 3 items completed there for the Mundo: Visage, Warmogs, and Heartsteel. 388 on that Heartsteel as well. So I mean, Mundo might be the biggest damage dealer of the team right now, and that was really unexpected for me, as just watching the picks in the draft on this one. I did not think Mundo was going to be the main carry for the CER team right now. Demolished doing so much damage on that tower, and yeah, I mean we're looking at a slow paced game with a lot of kills on top of it though.
Yeah, Mundo actually made a deal with that tower to go down for a slight bid on the next war, so that's good information to have. The next map's gonna have one less tower because of that. Not, but we wanted to. And we actually do have TPO taking this dragon. That's gonna be their 3rd mountain dragon, giving them an even bigger shield. And CR actually gonna start on that Baron. Honestly, I think it's worth it for them to try and take the Baron. It's going to give them a better overall option, especially with the Mundo consistently being split pushing. Ultimice, I think, is going to be the main thing that they need to worry about in terms of TPO, because he's going to be able to just sit there and just take up so much damage. And even the Demolish procs are going to be taking out those towers so insanely fast. You saw him basically just take down a tower from half health. And he's going to be able to do that consistently going forward, and that's going to be a thing that I think they have to worry about. It's going to be something too, which people gave is actually getting caught out by Wee Oakloud. But he doesn't end up actually walking away. Mundo just taking some damage, but ends up just healing it back. He is sitting on, I think it's like 7,000 health, it almost looks like right now. If I can see that right, 1, 2, 3, maybe 6,000 health.
That is a
so he is going to be a tanky boy with a lot of business practices that he has been preparing for years at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Ultimice again might be the one thing that CR needed in their arsenal right now. That Mundo is hitting like a truck, and I mean, you might just want to split push them out, pull 3 members, and try and fight with the other 4 of CER to put themselves back in a winning position right now. The main thing that you can't do is hang around these positions where Pot Agree can pull you. Leo did a good job of leaving the main squad there, so he wouldn't get caught out by a lot of Pot Agreed hooks as well. Malzahar, though, is such a challenge for the Souths to deal with because of the lane pushing and the amount of poke with the ornament as well on the Leandries. I mean, 1 EW, if you can't heal that one back up, you're down for the count. But you do see the Roa here for the Souths. I like that a lot compared to any other like early game or just going more damage. I mean, you want to be tanky in these fights right now because both of these teams are just wanting to out tank each other and outlast each other in these fights. It's not really about damage in these ones. It's about positioning and who can fight and take out a member first, though, in these long, drawn-out fights that we're having right now. And look at Seraphine, 7-4, almost 3 items on top of that as well. Does have the beginning parts of Morello and should be able to stop the healing of Swain and stop the engage of Ornn and Skarner. Trying to see if they're going to actually fight this Baron out or just get picked.
And that's actually the hook coming in from Pot Agreed. He doesn't end up missing. He is looking at like going back, but they actually end up doing missing. Honestly, I'm surprised to see so many AP carries being played. So right now you don't really have too much of a huge AD threat from either team. The closest you have is the Wukong, and the Wukong's been super far behind this entire game. He doesn't have the farm. He doesn't have the kills. He's 0-5 and I think 10 is what I saw the last time. But you're basically gonna have to be basically just try to keep it on the Mundo to just push those side lanes. Skarner by himself over here trying to get that scuttle. But we do see Ultimice, we do see Lieutenant Flowers gonna stop him from doing that, and they're gonna get that scuttle, giving 105 gold plus some additional 2 Lieutenant Flowers, trying to get him some more items, get him some more damage. And honestly, if they don't build enough armor, he's gonna be able to just shred through them like butter.
Yeah, it's another 50-minute game, I feel like. Even though it's only 32 minutes in. No Barons, though. Dragon will be back up in about 1:50. That will be a soul and a Mountain Drake soul for TPO. If they grab that, they'll just be even tankier. Pot Agree and check this push.
Once again, getting hit by everything. The ultimate coming out from Seraphine does end up missing everybody. As an unfortunate whiff. Her song did not work as she thought it would.
They will stay here. It's just a battle of who wants to pull the trigger first right now. Ultimate's doing a lot of damage with those Qs. Gonna force TPO out of their protective barriers here. A lot of vision going down. Pot Agreed. I don't know if you want to pull that Mundo into 4 people. I feel like he'll win that fight.
The Mundo still would have his passive up, so he would actually at least be able to get that off, but he would just walk over it again and go, ooh, thank you, and then walk back into the fight. Having that ability of just keeping the CC off of him, honestly, the Malzahar are doing the same type of thing, but Mundo's is a little bit easier to come back to, because if you grab the thing that lands on the ground, it's a lot less of an issue, because he's able to just get it back almost immediately. Gabe actually possibly getting cut out by all 5 members of TPO, as they are all walking down here to this bot lane to try and get this tower. And Gabe doing a good job of dodging the skills, trying to stay away from the Skarner, does end up almost getting hit by it, but they do take down that second tier tower and all of those little grubs. But we do actually have Baron going down for the side of CDR. Gabe is going to have to try and just save the base as much as possible and just keep them at those Nexus turrets. Giving up the inhibitor, not a huge issue for him. He's just like, it's fine. We're going to get the Baron. We're going to have those minions coming back. And we're going to be at least able to stop you guys a little bit here, because they're all going to be backing. It's going to be fast. They are going to get one of those towers down, but the Sway ultimate coming in. They are going for a full team fight now. And they do take out one Nexus tower. Sway ultimate coming out from Gabe, going on to 2 take care members. We do have Ziggy and we do have Indigo trying to fight. Seraphine taking down Ziggy. Malzahar does take down Gabe though, so Gabe is actually out of that fight. Barolo trying to go in onto Vixis, does end up getting him, but the Swain ultimate from Oh Good is going through, does take down Pot of Greed, taking down the Leona, taking him to the Shadow Realm, as another kill over to him, and that's going to be a 3-for-1, excuse me, for the side of TPO, so that's going to be multiple members down without that Baron buff going forward for CER.
You get the Baron, but at what cost? If you don't stop the soul here, it's all for nothing.
Yeah, and Mundo trying to take up all that damage. We do have the Seraphine ultimate coming through, does end up hitting multiple members, but Indigo's so tanky. Pot of Greed going down to the Seraphine. Ultimite's just sitting there tanking all the damage, doing so much. Indigo is just trying to chase him down, and Seraphine just chunking and chunking and chunking, and that's going to be another kill for Over Very Talented, and that should give them that Dragon of Mountain, and that's going to be a 3-3, giving them both soul point for this last Dragon in the future.
Yeah, they also lost that mid lane outer turret as well. I mean, you lost 2 towers, lost about 3 members, but you stopped the Dragon Soul, you took the Baron away from that team, and you bought yourself some breathing room. You bought yourself some time to think about what we need to do here. Luckily, we have Leo who can split push, and we have Mundo as well, who can kind of get away or fight if they need to. But I mean, right now we're looking at a repeat of this last game that we had. 35 minutes in, we've seen CER on the main point of pushing these towers down, pushing the inhibs down. But the problem with the amount of tankiness on the side of CER is that TPO does not have a clear way of ending this game right now. They can take as much inhibs and towers down as they want, but if they can't take down that Mundo will just continue to whack you with the heart steel, whack you with the briefcases, and carry his team on his back into this Nexus and TPO and end the series out.
Yeah, and that actually is a 660 heart steal for Mundo, but there's also a 668 on the side of Skarner. So I mean, they're both fairly close with those heart steals. The difference is going to be that Demolish proc coming in from Mundo, where he's going to be able to just take down towers in just a couple of hits if he's there for long enough. And I mean, honestly, I think they just need to keep pushing him in those side lanes and just making sure that he pulls as much pressure as he can to give the rest of his team the ability of actually just pushing forward and moving into those lanes, getting those towers down, and trying to end that game a little earlier for themselves.
It all comes down to one play. I mean, we're in the deepest, darkest depths of it right now. Oh my! Did Mundo just one-shot that?
He did one-shot that tower, and that was also 700 gold for him. So he's just gonna, and look at, he's just gonna sit there with the Ornn. He's just gonna continue to do damage. Team fight happening in that mid lane. They pull the clone once again. Pot of Greed is really good at getting those clones. Honestly, he's 5 for 5 now. That's 100% accuracy, but not the right one he wants to have.
Yeah, it's honestly surprising that it's not 12 and 12 for Wukong, but 5 and 12. The clones really coming in clutch for Lieutenant Flowers. What we're gonna need to see is just Mundo going to a tower, smacking it, backing, waiting like another 30-40 seconds for Demolish to come back up again, going back doing the same thing right now. Hopefully he can make his way all the way to the Nexus, try and one-shot that too. How much health does Mundo have right now? Can we click on that?
7,100.
Oh my.
And
that's a lot of Swain burn.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a lot of burn happening. Pot of Greed almost getting caught out again. We do see the Ornn teleport coming in. Malzahar still sitting topside. The Mundo is actually going to be right there in the front line, just pushing in. Gabe gets a kill on a Pot of Greed, once again going down. The suppression happening for Barolo. He does end up making it away. Double kill for Gabe. this could actually be what CER needs. The Ornn taking out the Wukong. But honestly, Vixis going down to Mundo. We do see Indigo once again going down as well. That's going to be just Ziggy left on that Skarner, and that is a 1 for 4, leaving CR with that fight, and the Mundo showing why he is doing what he's doing. He is able to just stay he's still full health. He has not lost any health in that entire fight.
And there's no more items for him to buy. I mean, he's already full build. There's no reason for him to have anything else.
He's going to sell his boots to get the best fiscal year he could ever have in his life.
Save the Demolish as well. Demolish is still up. They could break the base open right now if they can get this.
Mundo may just do it by himself. Look at that chunk on the Skarner health. That's like 1,000 damage almost from just one cleaver. Like, what is this champion?
What season is it? When is the last time we've seen a Mundo carry his team like this? I mean, level 18, 4 or 5 items already, boost of Swifties, and 4, 2, and 9, 352 CS. I mean, it's just 1,000 heart steel stacks.
Oh my god.
It doesn't get any crazier than this right now.
I will say the only shining light that TPO has right now against that Mundo is the fact that Malzahar finally has some anti-heal, but it's just Malzahar.
But you even have an upgraded Landry's, and it's not doing anything to Mundo. And Malzahar has been forced to deal with very talented and Gabriel.
Like, I could only imagine what would happen if there was an 80 carry in this game against that Mundo, where he would just cleaver him, and it would just be a one-tapped 80 carry. Like, honestly, immediately just dead. He doesn't even get to live for like more than half a second.
Nah, I completely agree on that one.
I think Ultimize is
upgraded E damage going off as well.
Yeah, Ultimize is just trying to get this game into his shoulders and just go, I'm gonna win this for us because I want to get done with this. It is 12:30 at night. We are 4 games in. The last game was 50 minutes. This is about to be a 40+ minute game. I am Mundo. Let me win for us, please.
At this point, I feel like TPO is feeling the same kind of way. They're just trying to figure out a way to get themselves into a winning position. They already knocked 2 towers down, 2 inhibs are up. But you're sitting here and you're forcing yourselves into what CER wants. And that's going to be fighting. And Ultimize is right there in the middle of it. And they're going to be fighting for a soul on both sides.
You have the Indigo ultimate coming in for Ornn. We do see the knockup on the Wukong. Lieutenant Flowers going in. We do have Skarner from the back, but he ends up only grabbing one person. The clone goes down. We have Mundo in that front line once again, just taking up all the damage. He is silenced. It doesn't make a difference. We do have Gabe getting stuck by the Malzahar. There is so many fights happening. There's so many people so low. Mundo just tanking up that damage. He's still alive. He's still there, just pushing it out. Lieutenant Flowers having to walk away. We do have the Mundo killing excuse me, not agreed. We have Swain killing Seraphine on the back end. Oh my gosh. We have the Swain up top trying to fight 2 people, the Silas and the Leona. Ultimate from Swain coming in on Gabe, and Gabe gets the kill. Actually, Burrow taking the kill. Mundo having to back because he is low health. Vixis getting solo is going to end up trying to take out Gabe. Does end up getting hit by the Skarner and does end up going down. Mundo is actually staying though. He is just trying to get as much healing back as he can. This could be Lieutenant Flowers going for that steal on that dragon and trying to get that soul. And he ends up stealing it. He does for his sins, but that's fine. And Mundo is back to full health already. He was down to a quarter health. He is back
now
to
has a
already.
mountain soul on top of that. I mean, it can't get any worse for TPO right now.
Shields are so dumb on both sides of this game right now. It is tank on tank on tank on tank the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, this is the most entertaining tank fight I've ever seen in my life right now. Usually I hate these wet noodle fights, but right now it's just been non-stop action, and we see another fight here in the mid lane. Ultimize is here, back to full health, here to 1v3 all over again with the help of Barolo on the Leona. Here comes Seraphine to hit that 3-man ulti as well.
And we do see the teleport coming in from the Malzahar, but that's going to be Pedigree going down to Seraphine. We do see Barolo getting taken down, which is fine though. Like, it's fine, just one support, not a huge issue. But the Skarner, Matsuki, and Indigo are both so low, and Mundo is still just sitting there with full health, just trying to push that mid lane and going, it's gonna be fine, I can just take turrets and like one hit anyway. Good luck. I wish you the best. This is absolutely a Mundo, man.
Mundo's not even trying to end though. It's like he's been waiting for this Mundo's game this their whole life. They've been waiting to play this Mundo game their whole life, and they don't want it to end. They want to keep us in Mundo hell for the rest of our lives right now, as they just continue to chase down the rest of the team of TPO over and over and over again.
This is the most insane quarterfinals I think I've ever been a part of, guys. I'm gonna be honest with you right now. This Mundo has made me just never believe in League again, at all. Like, what is this champion?
We've been saying ban Nico, ban Yone, ban
never let Mundo see the light of day again.
Never saw the Mundo again. This is insane.
Put him in the cellar, lock him away forever. He cannot come back out. This is ridiculous.
And I mean, it's not like TPO doesn't have an Ornn. They don't have they have a Skarner, they have an Ornn, they have a Swain. Swain was doing a lot of damage to Ultimice in that Dragon fight, though, but thankfully Ultimice did have that flash to get away from that barrier as well, after being stuck in that perma burn. So,
yeah,
I mean,
Ultimice
I
is
don't know if they
going
can do
for
this
a
again.
pick. Pot of Greed getting chunked down. We do see Skarner with Ziggy Skarner on the side. Does end up breaking that shield. He gets it back immediately because he just walked over his little briefcase, and he's just sitting in the back with the Swain, with the Ornn. He's walking away a little bit. We do see, I think that's Lieutenant Flowers getting killed in the middle there. Leona actually Burrow getting taken down. Very talented, getting to, like, on the backside, but we do have Lieutenant Flowers saving him. Pot of Greed gets low, gets taken down by Ultimice. We have the Swales from both sides coming through. So much healing, so much damage. Mundo taking out Bixis. That's a double kill. We do have the Zonias coming in from Gabe. Ziggy, oh good, and Indigo are all still alive. So much tank. The Swain Ultimates have been going on for at least 20 seconds now, and they are still going. They are still pulling through. They are getting those axes off. Mundo is just trying to keep as much health as he can. He is getting chunked down. That heal squad coming in very clutch. But Gabe doing so much damage. The ultimates are still flying for these Swains. Gabe takes down Indigo. Skarner goes down. That is an ace for CER. They could win the game right here with that Mundo.
They did it. They're pushing down. They're pushing down this mid lane tower. They fought the longest fight of our lives. Our jaws dropped.
I think he still has his demolish proc. He still has the demolish proc for these turrets in on the Nexus.
CER, pull me out of this game 4. Let's go. There goes towers down. Next is gonna go down.
CER takes the game 3-1. CER wins this battle of tanks in a 45-minute banger after a 50-minute banger after 2 games of just insanity tonight.
I think I might have fell asleep if we went to a game 5 Wisdom. I'm not gonna lie to you right now. My eyes are getting droopy until I seen Ultimites come out on top on that Mundo. I mean, going in and out, weaving out of the Swain ulti to keep their healing alive, as well as very talented, staying true to their positioning as well. All 4 games have been straight up just perfect positioning. I mean, talented stayed alive so long that Seraphine weaving in on the Swain ulti as well, and Gabriel staying consistent, keeping a pillar of this Cerberus team. And I mean, they finally did. They will go on to semis after a long battle, a long series. TPO, I felt like they were going to come back and try and reverse sweep this one, but eventually Ultimice hit 5 items, hit 1,000,000 health on Mundo. I mean, the demolished procs and one-shotting towers. 44 minutes of a game was insane. I mean, oh my brain is mushed right now just watching those fights over and over again.
Yeah. 6-5, 6-4. Oh my goodness, that is a lot of damage to champions. So Swain had the most damage to champions, but everybody just sitting on crazy numbers. Can we see the amount of healing done? Of course, Silas having the most, just barely over the Skarner actually, which is insane to me. Mundo sitting only with 24,000. The Swain hitting on 22,000. What's the damage to towers looking like though? It's my biggest question right now. I want to see that. 14,000 damage from those demolished procs. Now, guys, we want to say that Gabe was like the anchor for this team. I think Ultimice deserves that actual credit here for the first game and this game currently. Like, this game was absolutely on the Mundo shoulders, and he held it so well the entire time, all 45 minutes. He was behind so hard in the early game, but he did not stop. He didn't stop farming. He didn't stop going for those towers. And at the end of the game, the Mundo was the main reason that CER won this entire thing.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you there. Did have Indigo on a uphill battle for a long time there. Game 1, Indigo was not able to do anything because of Wisdom Ice, and game 2 as well. Game 3 was a little bit back and forth, but game 4, I mean, Wisdom Ice came out on top right there. Gabriel, when they were ahead in that game 3, was not able to close it out. So yeah, I agree with you there. I can give MVP to either Wisdom Ice or Gabriel on that one. Just off that Mundo showing though, I definitely give that vote over to Wisdom Ice. With that being said, everybody on each team played fantastic. I mean, Indigo had a little bit of a rough start in that game 1, game 2, but they eventually fixed their woes and their champion pool in that top lane against Wisdom Ice. So, I mean, great show out by both teams here as CER keeping their playoff hopes alive here as they go to semifinals. Again, shout out to Pro Comps and Drake Virus. Again, your home for sneakers, drakefirus.com. or Instagram at DrakeFirus. If you guys are collectors and want to keep your collection growing, they will search for deals for your shoes that you're looking for as well. And they also deliver in Central Florida. So with that being said, Wisdom, do you have any more wisdom to drop on us before we go?
Ban the Mundo because he's just going to be taking over games going forward. And if you aren't playing Mundo, you probably should be because this is insane.
Have a good night, everybody. We'll see you next Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Central for the semifinals game in the Divinity League.
from side to side. Without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Peekaboo, I see you, peekaboo, I see you. Looking at me, looking at you. Hold up, where you going? What you doing? Who you seeing? What you need? What you want? I said, without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Moving with the motion. time for reasons. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.